LoveLore Library. Chapter 268. Greed Island was a surreal holographic game. It was created by Kim Fullis and completed in cooperation with the top talents in various fields. Its crystallization of wisdom was aimed at the vast number of hunters, aiming to train the participants' will to fight, cooperation, and enterprising spirit. However, where there were people, there would be competition, and competition would give rise to the bad habits of humans. As time passed, the Greed Island no longer had the mystery and glory of the past, and turned into an ATM to satisfy personal desires. When Kim Fullis' team created the Greed Island, they had sealed many rare treasures and rare psychic powers in the cards. They were scattered in different corners of this large island. It also stipulated that if the participants could collect all the cards to clear the game, they could choose the 3 cards they wanted the most and bring them back to reality to use. Just this one item was enough for countless people to fight until their heads bled. So far, the Greed Island had been released for 10 years. However, other than the first batch of terminals, there were no new products on the market. Over time, it became an out-of-print product that the game otaku could only dream of. It also became the object of competition for countless hunters. If they could touch the Greed Island once in their lives, even if it was extremely poisonous for some people, they would gladly endure it. And now, the rich businessman who spent $50 billion to buy the Island of Avarice at the auction had made a public announcement to recruit powerful individuals or teams to break through the Greed Island and to bring a card called Archangel's Breath from the game. They would receive a bonus of 50 billion ringgit. What kind of card was Archangel's Breath? What was its use? The people outside the game did not know. However, since someone was offering a free place to enter the Greed Island, and there was a bonus of 50 billion ringgit, no one wanted to lose this pie. Thus, the registration scene could be said to be a sea of people. However, the harsh application conditions eliminated 95% of the candidates, leaving only a group of people with good psychic abilities and Yijiosa's sick team. However, because Uchiha Madara and the others were too busy, they missed the opportunity to play. In the designated venue, Yijiosa rested his chin on his hand and glanced at a group of tall and short round participants. He stared at the naughty children who were chatting happily. Shao Jia participated in the game to find his biological father. Argon snail punishment. Pretty. Tax industry. Lai Shou Wei with snail punishment. Pretty. Tax. Luo Yiwamu. Gray light visits bumping into Woli's snail fat Tuoshin's glowing. Wei Wen Suyi. Wei Wen Suyi. Xiaozhao Shishijie. Peony. Equals his participation in the game was even more outstanding. Not only did he not help to find his father, but he also did not want to abstain from nunnery. The only thing he wanted was to create a base camp with a higher degree of security. Not only did he not have the ability, he of the ability of the world, of the island. With this, he island, of the, and, of island, and, states, of, and of island. With that thought in mind, Yijiosa stuffed Gilgamesh into the straw basket, took his identification card, and entered the Island of Greed first. Saishomaru followed her footsteps and also entered the holographic game. The Island of Greed lived up to its name of holographic. When the space changed, the energy flowed, and they calmed down. They soon realized that it was not their consciousness that had entered the game, but their entire bodies had entered another space. Saishomaru's interest was piqued by such a high level and exquisite spacetime conversion technique. The great monster immediately decided to wander around the island just like it did in the Warring States period. It wanted to take a good look at the space isolation and spacetime conversion techniques on the entire island. As for collecting cards and clearing the game, he was not interested. Saishomaru and Yijiosa wanted to wander around the island. The inscribed board of Wei Shou Mountain? The punishment of the snail. Forgive me for visiting you. Lao Tao Haoshi Black Thunder Pregnancy Release. Silk making. Is Eugene fat enough to wield an ominous banner? Pardon, are you sure? Wei bien mei tong yong lulu. Forgive me for visiting you. Young ping pong poison bewildered Che Mao Chang. Is this a front for the skeleton Australia? Towering silk Y parasol. For some reason, Yi Jiosa had an ominous feeling. Ilumi's dark eyes stared at Yi Jiosa and, kindly, reminded him, for example, last time in a compartment on the 23rd floor of a hotel, you and. I get it, no need to remind me. The corner of Yi Jiosa's mouth twitched. He put the straw basket on the ground and handed the golden retriever to Ilumi. I only have one question. Why do you always think of ways to steal civilization from me? Ilumi tilted her head and thought for a moment. Because gold is the color of the ring. Yi Jiosa. At the same time, Gilgamesh, who poked his head out of the straw basket, saw Ilumi. Instantly, his eyes lit up. He crawled out of the straw basket and rubbed against Ilumi. Although this man with long black hair sometimes looked scary when he looked at him, he never hit or scolded him. He treated him gently and would even give him food and water, comb his fur, and ask about his well-being. He was 10,000 times more reliable than the owner. As the most competent shit-shoveling officer in history, Ilumi deserved to be treated like a dog by him. Even though they hadn't spent much time together, Ilumi had already made him like her by 80%. She was second only to his good friends, Enkidu and Yi Jiosa. However, Gilgamesh didn't know that one shouldn't simply hug the thighs of other shit-shoveling officers. Just like now, his closeness gave Ilumi the perfect reason. As you can see, he's closer to me than you. He's closer to me than you. Closer to me. Closer to me. Yi Jiosa stared at the golden retrievers for a long time, but the golden retriever didn't come back to its senses. Alright, I understand now. I've raised this stupid dog for nothing. He knew that civilization wasn't smarter than other dogs, but he didn't expect civilization to have such poor taste in choosing a shit-shoveling officer. No matter how decent Ilumi was, the white moon in his heart was still a nun. Could civilization think of ways to make him a nun every day? Civilization is a dog that produces gold. At this moment, Yi Jiosa finally understood the truth of the matter. Therefore, he sent civilization to Ilumi with even more determination and sincerity. He said, either we split it 50-50, or I'll take it away. Otherwise, don't even think about getting a single cent. Ilumi's expression suddenly became extremely sinister. Her pitch-black face twisted like a curse. Her soft hair fluttered up by 20 centimeters, and her murderous aura exploded to the extreme. Yi Jiosa and Saishomaru calmly looked at him. Ilumi. He suddenly realized that he wasn't a match for these two. The guest who beat up the enemy was very trustworthy. Since he had agreed to a 50-50 split, then he would keep it. He helped Yi Jiosa take care of the dog, and getting 50% was indeed excessive, but how could a mere 50% satisfy Ilumi's ambition? Ilumi regained her composure, took the golden retriever with her, and parted ways with Yi Jiosa. As he walked along the winding path, he thought of a way to deal with the situation. Yi Jiosa said that the gold taken from the golden retriever would be split 50-50, and not a single cent less. However, she didn't mention that the puppy with the golden retriever's bloodline had to hand over the gold. So, why didn't he think of a way to solve the problem that would satisfy all three parties? No matter how good the golden retriever was, it was still someone else's dog. Instead of coveting someone else's dog, it was better to raise an identical dog. After all, not only was Yi Jiosa a miser, but she was also an expert. Snatching the dog from her would be a loss. If he wasn't careful, it was very likely that he would go for wool and come home shorn. What's more? Ilumi stared at the golden retriever expressionlessly, with a meaningful look in her eyes. The dog is an adult now, and it's time to mate. Thinking about it, the dog had been single for so long. If it found a cute and gentle female dog, it would be so touched that it would cry. TSK, he's really a good shit-shoveling officer who understands dogs. Even Ermau and Ermau are good. With this in mind, Illumi thought for a while, and decided to find a good place on the Greed Island that exuded the scent of spring. 3 days later, Chi. Even the shovel of job is stable, and fresh reading is sucking people. Pie. Pan. Bake with sawdust. Oh my god, pie is so small. Saishomaru had improved their agility, reflexes, and endurance, and the inhuman battlefield had greatly improved their resistance to the heavy psychic pressure. However, no matter how powerful the experts around them were, they had never given them psychokinesis guidance. After all, their energy seemed to be of a different system. At this time, Bishji's appearance was especially important. Shao Jia and Chi. Chu Ti Che Luo Huan Chu Pao Force He Sui Ba Yi Bo. Gao. Chomping, sucking, feeding Shi, sprouts perishing in the urn gnawing, cormorant D, annoyed banana points. Polypus. Latent heat Wei Wenchuo's plan. Fei Jun only by becoming stronger could he protect his companions. Only by becoming stronger could he not hide behind others. They welcomed Bishji's arrival, and on the first day of training, they erupted with an incomparable thirst for knowledge and powerful potential value. Shao Jia and Chi. When did one now grab to a Chiao? Nymphs are bad. What? Perky. Huai Shu Lan's tomb. On the gray slope of the mountain, I knock on the cable in the air. The locusts swell and the locusts swell. This caused their teacher, Bishji, to be extremely shocked and amazed. Bishji was a veteran hunter who looked 13 years old but was actually 57 years old. She had accompanied Shao Jia and Qi Huang this time. Gua. Separate by scars and coats. Kubao. Leech. Zaimi Gaomi Zong Yun Aluminum Rui. Alliance. Course Fujihuan Pit Promontory Zinc stealthily swarms Folishian Dike. These two surnames were enough for the Hunters Association to pay attention to. Before leaving, Bishji had prepared to educate the naughty kids. She also understood that these two kids were somewhat childish and had the temperament of a young master. She used love and iron fists to educate them, but she didn't expect these two kids to be so sensible and mature. As if they had been cleansed by a catastrophe, they gave off a calm and steady feeling from head to toe. They were only 12 years old, and they had already grown up. Bishji was gratified, but also emotional. As a veteran who had lived for more than 50 years, she knew all too well what the price of growth was. She originally thought that the most important thing to take care of was to beat up the Dike kids who had been killers since they were young, but she didn't expect Shao Jia's occasionally overflowing aura to contain heavy evil thoughts. She couldn't believe that the psychic pressure that made her shudder when she got close to him was a reflection of this innocent kid's psychological problems. It was as if he was looking forward to tearing something apart. On the other side, Illumi brought the golden retriever to the largest love city on the Island of Greed. It was filled with the scent of spring. Pink balloons, pink ribbons, pink. Illumi said that he hated the color pink. It was very similar to the psychic thoughts of a certain pervert who raised Little Apple. If it wasn't for the dog. As soon as Illumi's pink feet stepped on the first brick of the love city, he saw a beautiful woman in business attire and high heels. She had big wavy curly hair, a good figure, and a beautiful face. She fell weakly in front of him. "Ah! I'm in so much pain." The beautiful woman looked up at Illumi pitifully, hinting with her eyes. Illumi paused, picked up the dog, lifted his leg, and stepped over the woman's body. The beautiful woman who was stepped over was speechless. With the dog in his arms, Illumi had barely taken 3 steps when he saw a pretty, chestnut-haired, bespectacled female student let out a cry of surprise. The documents in her hands scattered all over the ground in front of him. "I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." The girl turned her face pitifully, hinting with her eyes. Illumi paused, estimated the distance, and jumped up with the dog in his arms. He did a front somersault and jumped over the documents on the ground. The girl who was jumped over was speechless. Illumi saw the pet shop and walked 3 meters forward. Once again, he saw a gentle and beautiful woman in a white dress. She was shivering by the wall, and in front of her was an old hooligan who was leaning against the wall. "Please. Save me." The weak woman looked at him pitifully, hinting with her eyes. Illumi paused. The alley was so small, but they blocked it. He pulled out a nail and stabbed it into the old hooligan's face. When the old hooligan was screaming in pain, he heard the weak woman's grateful voice, "Thank you. If it's possible, can you take me home? I don't have anyone at home. That road is too dark, I'm afraid." Illumi looked up at the sky. "It's daytime now. There's no such thing as too dark, like you said. I'm curious. Since you're afraid, how did you get out?" The weak woman was speechless. "Also," Illumi counted with his fingers and said, "I can take you home, but do you want to place an order? 30 million, no discount." The weak woman covered her face and walked away, crying at the top of her lungs, "I hate you." Illumi ignored her. As an assassin, he had been hated since he was a child. The people around him had left, and the pet shop was right in front of him. Illumi pushed open the door of the pet shop with the dog in his arms. He was already used to seeing a woman in a white nurse uniform with a hot figure bending over to examine a pet dog's body with her plump buttocks raised. From head to toe, she had amazing curves, like a beautiful snake. Excuse me, what kind of service do you need?" The beautiful snake glanced at Illumi's figure with a smile, hinting with her eyes. Illumi couldn't help but be silent. He didn't understand why even the staff in the pet shop were filled with the salty smell of pornographic magazines. Chapter 269. The City of Love was a good place filled with hormones all year round. However, it did not seem to be suitable for beating up the stingy young master of the enemy guest family. Because falling in love cost money, and when the love was strong, it was not a problem to spend double or even triple the money. So, the prices in the City of Love were extremely expensive, so expensive that even Illumi could sense the malice of the whole world towards single dogs. However, Illumi, who was single by relying on his strength, did not give in. He was still stubbornly rooted in the streets and alleys of the City of Love. As long as he saw a cute little female dog that was alone, he would stroke the head of the golden retriever, signaling the dog to take the initiative to attack. It was a pity that the Gilgamesh could not understand Illumi's strange brain circuits. He had always thought that this dutiful shit-shoveling officer came to the so-called red light district. Oh no, the City of Love, to broaden his horizons and enlighten himself at the same time. After all, he was also a man, so he could understand. Illumi was already 24 years old, and he was still a healthy man without any hidden diseases. More or less, there was always some need. To be honest, Illumi spent day and night with his dog. He stroked his hair, took a bath, took good care of him, and did not go out to have fun. He was so well behaved that he was surprised. Fortunately, a man was a man after all. Just when the Gilgamesh thought that this perfect shit-shoveling officer would die of abstinence, he actually took the initiative to come to the City of Love. At this moment, the Gilgamesh was gratified. Illumi served him so well that he sincerely hoped that he would live for a few more years. However, he was a man who was used to living a life of abstinence. His taste were very picky. Whether it was the pure type, the beautiful type, the elegant type, or the lively type, Illumi did not like any of them. The only lucky person that he turned his head to was a rich woman who weighed about 150 kilograms and was covered in gold and jewelry from head to toe. She spent a huge sum of money to keep a pretty boy as a mistress. Illumi said that the rich woman was like a moving gold mountain, shining in his eyes, heart, and mind. Gilgamesh. In order to prevent a professional shit-shoveling officer from being crushed to death by a rich woman in bed, Gilgamesh took the initiative to offer himself to seduce a slender dog that had been raised by a human. As expected, he managed to attract Illumi's attention back at the fastest speed possible. Did you see that? Illumi, this is a beautiful woman that this prince has carefully selected for you. She has 9 out of 10 looks, an impressive chest, a slender waist, a shockingly curved buttocks, and a pair of slender legs. Even if she couldn't compare to Yijio's appearance, the owner of this thin dog was definitely a top-notch beauty within the human category of beauty. As long as she had the chance to walk out of the island of greed, she would definitely set off a hurricane of beauty in the outside world. As the hero king, Gilgamesh naturally had the magnanimity and heroism of a king. Since he had taken a liking to Illumi, he would naturally bestow her with gold, silver, jewelry, and the most beautiful women. Therefore, he tried his best to flirt with the thin dog in an attempt to snatch it away, so as to create space for Illumi to pick up girls. Perhaps on the topic of raising a dog, Illumi and the beauty would have a common topic of conversation. If they were lucky, they would definitely have a wonderful night together. As expected, when Illumi saw the beauty's dog, his eyes lit up. Not only did he not stop the golden retriever from flirting with the dog, he even patiently dealt with the owner of the thin dog, so that the golden retriever could spend some time with the dog. If he was lucky, the little bitch might get pregnant that night. For a moment, the atmosphere between the man and the woman was extremely harmonious, and it seemed like they were in a good place. However, Gilgamesh completely ignored the dog's resistance and beat it into the alley. She suppressed it, stopped it, and made it unable to become a 500-watt light bulb. 5 minutes later, the beauty pursed her lips into a smile that was like a blooming rose. She looked extremely flirtatious. What a coincidence. My baby is also a male. He will definitely become friends with your dog. Illumi was speechless. The smile gradually disappeared, completely disappeared, and was annihilated into nothingness. He suddenly abandoned the beauty, stood up, and dashed into the alley. With just one glance, he saw the horny golden retriever that was pressing down on the thin dog. The young master who was beating up the customer was dumbfounded. Illumi never expected that the golden retriever didn't want any female dog. It was because he had a different sexual orientation. Why didn't he like petite and cute female Pomeranian dogs? Why didn't he like female Samoyed dogs with soft fur? Why was he so resistant to healthy and lively female Shiba Inu dogs? It turned out that his favorite breed had always been slim and graceful male dogs. Then the important question was, how could he get a healthy and cute puppy from a male dog that couldn't get hard for female dogs? Did he have to collect the golden retriever's sperm and send it to the customer's private laboratory for breeding and breeding in a test tube to produce a dog? No, he couldn't. Who knew if the unnaturally bred dog would inherit the gene that laid the golden egg? If it did, then everyone would be happy. If it didn't, then not only would he have wasted his money, but he would also have wasted his energy. The customer didn't work for free, and he didn't want to lose money either. Illumi mercilessly dragged the golden retriever away and kicked the golden retriever's mistress. The beauty stared at Illumi as if she had seen a lunatic go crazy. He decided to ask someone if there was any way to get a male dog pregnant in this magical place called Greed Island. Time flew by like a woman on her period. Half a month later, while collecting cards, Illumi really found a way to get a male dog pregnant. There was a magical stone on Greed Island called Pregnancy Stone. Its shape was very similar to the reproductive organs of men and women. It was said that it weighed 3 kilograms. No matter male or female, as long as they carried the pregnancy stone with them for a month, they would definitely get pregnant. At the same time, pregnancy stone could also be turned into a type of card that the Greed Island needed to collect. It had the level of S10, and the number was 7. It was a very rare item. However, no matter how big the waves and hardships were, nothing could stop the money-grubbing Illumi. After all, in a family of assassins like Gongdike, where they killed their children, destroyed their hobbies, and destroyed their individuality, the only thing that Illumi could come into contact with other than killing people was Buddhist nuns. Buddhist nuns were his hobbies and interests that he would never let anyone take away from him. Therefore, Buddhist nuns were his faith. And Gilgamesh, who laid the golden eggs, was the incarnation of Buddhist nuns. Therefore, no matter what, he had to hug his own golden egg-laying dog. Illumi was a man of action. He went on a trip that he said he would. During the trip, he overpowered many veteran participants and robbed their card-collecting device, the book. However, Illumi wasn't a real robber. His robbery was full of righteousness. If he needed the pregnancy stone, then he would only want the pregnancy stone. Unfortunately, many people didn't want an item like the pregnancy stone, and they wouldn't put in the effort to collect it. They were just participants in the game. Why would they want to give birth in the game? As for Illumi's actions, they were very curious after being robbed. Big brother, why do you want to rob the pregnancy stone? One of the men who was robbed stared blankly at the book that didn't have a single card missing. He asked, "Is it to make your wife pregnant?" Illumi said, "I'm unmarried." "If you're unmarried, then you don't need the pregnancy stone, do you?" "No, I need it. I must get pregnant." Illumi said coldly, "Remember to inform me if there's any news about the pregnancy stone. If you have someone you want to kill in the future, remember to look for me. I'll give you a 99% discount." One of the men was speechless. "You're a man, why do you want to get pregnant and have children?" "Why?" Illumi was extremely cruel. As soon as he heard that the infamous demon was only a few cards away from clearing the game, he transformed into the resentful Sadako and chased them for thousands of miles. The demon trio had done many evil things and acted arrogantly. They thought that no one in the game could control them. Not only did they kill many participants, but they also schemed against Xiao Jieqi. Hot trick. Imperial lover. Stealing Yan Wanping. Rake stare pen loyal forgive visit Wei now fei bai Wangong. Wei although Illumi didn't want to work for free, he couldn't stand the demon, who refused to cooperate with him time and time again. He clearly told them to hand over the pregnancy stone, but he didn't want the demon to use this as a trick to lure him forward and ambush him. Unfortunately, Illumi was not a master that they could defeat. In just a few moves, they were killed by the nails. All the cards in the 3 books ended up in Illumi's hands. However, he still didn't get the pregnancy stone that he wanted. Illumi was speechless. He suddenly felt that the advertisement of paying money to have children was very necessary. At the same time, Saishomaru and Yijiosa, who had spent almost a month searching all over the island, finally found the hub where the space isolation protection barrier of the Island of Greed was set up. However, the hub was set up in a pile of rocks, so it was quite difficult to find. Yijiosa and Saishomaru worked for a while before they finally removed the countless obstacles that covered the hub. After removing the obstacles, there was nothing left for Yijiosa to do. Saishomaru was very interested in learning recently. Not only did he stroll around the entire island, but he also learned most of the space power of each node. Now that he had found the hub, it was time for him to study it for a while. Saishomaru sat down with his legs crossed and placed the manifestation in front of him. He gently closed his eyes and caressed the blade. Using his own demonic power as the base, he enveloped the long blade and slowly integrated it into the entire hub, communication, contact, and carving. Yijiosa was not surprised at all. He left the space for him and went to the forest to find some wild food. The island of Greed was very rich in resources. Even if he accidentally went to the Gobi Desert or the desert, he could still feed himself well. Just like now, he found a nest of rabbits after going out for a walk. However, how many rabbits were there in a single litter? Why were there so many rabbits in this litter? Counting carefully, there were actually about 30 to 40 rabbits. Also, almost 80% of the rabbits had big bellies, as if they were pregnant. Naturally, Yijiosa would not kill the wild animals that were pregnant. He couldn't tell the gender of the rabbits, so he gave up on them and continued to look for prey. Perhaps God didn't like him. Along the way, most of the animals were pregnant. The most crazy thing was, he was sure that the deer was a male, but why was it also carrying a big belly? Yijiosa was horrified. He decided to leave the magical forest where both male and female could get pregnant. Unexpectedly, halfway through, he stepped on some strange stones scattered around the forest. They were dirty and looked like the genitals of men and women. They looked easy to carry, but they were really heavy. Yijiosa picked up a stone and looked at it for a long time. He thought for a moment and felt that it was fate that they met. This kind of a lover's stone was also rare. Maybe he should bring two as a token of love between him and Saishomaru. So, he picked up two lover's stones of undamaged quality and put them in the backpack. He decided to find a good opportunity to present it to Saishomaru. To give a gift, it must be a good time, a good place, and a big soft bed. The shape of the lover's stone was a bit strange. Giving it out was no doubt a confession. Saishomaru might not choose a good place, but he didn't want to roll into a pile of stones. Yijiosa dug some wild vegetables to make porridge. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, he yawned. He didn't know how long it had been on the island, and he didn't know what was going on outside. Outside, Kuuluoluo was having a headache over his unreasonable fate. When the impostor was killed and the psychic power mixed with the rest of the power converged into his body, he was undoubtedly very happy. But it only lasted for 3 seconds. Uchiha Madara, considerately, told him that if he didn't stay by the owner's side after absorbing the power, he wouldn't be able to regain his human form. Kuuluoluo. He rushed to find Yijiosa, but found that the hotel room was already empty. He was forced to stay in the rental house with Vigilante, Fei Tan, and Xiao Di, living a primitive life of delivering packages at sunrise and counting good reviews at sunset. The worst thing was that he had to face Sisso's black buzz cut after he turned over a new leaf. Forget it. Forget it all. Although Wajin didn't die, he was driven to the dock by Uchiha Madara to move bricks. Although Parker didn't die, she was driven to the pet shop by Uchiha Madara to raise cats. Although the members of the group were still alive, they didn't seem to be living a good life. For example, Kyubeep, who had the ability to copy, was said to be very popular in copy shops. He was efficient, fast, and agile, and had become a real humanoid printer. For example, Nobunaga, who liked to use swords, was thrown into a swordsmith training institution and became a sexy blacksmith. Every day, he forged iron bare-chested, sweating profusely and almost vomiting. Because the great demon king Uchiha Madara used him as a hostage, after beating the spiders, he forced them to work hard and pay protection fees on time. A group of robbers was forced to pay protection fees. Who else could live such a bad life? Forget it all. Forget it all. But could he tell him who it was? Who was it? Memes, animated GIFs, and ghostly videos of the imposter being beaten up by Kalapika. Even if he knew that the person who made a fool of himself was an imposter, that face and that body were clearly his. Ku'uluoluo had never suffered such grievances. He suspected that this was the curse of the fiery eyes of the Cave Tower clan. Chapter 270. Saishomaru held the manifestation in his hand. He sat motionlessly beside the hub and meditated for a long time. It was not until a few suns and moons had risen that he slowly opened his eyes. With a turn of his wrist, he put away the increasingly condensed and heavy zanpakuto and turned his face slightly. He saw Yijiosa curled up in his fluffy tail, sleeping soundly. She seemed to be dreaming of something unpleasant, and her delicate face was scrunched up. The corners of Saishomaru's lips curled up slightly. His fingers gently stroked the messy hair on her face and wrapped it around the tip of his fingers. He slowly wrapped it tightly. He liked the way she slept. Removing all masks and disguises, she would rely on him for warmth like a child. When she closed her eyes, occasionally, he would not be himself. He made some rare, but harmless, little gestures. Just like now, he slowly lowered his body. He pressed his chest against her back. He placed his left hand on her waist and pulled her into his arms. His right hand supported a suitable angle of view. He quietly stared at her sleeping face. The fluffy tail spread out inch by inch and spread, bringing with it a warm warmth and overwhelming gentleness. Saishomaru slept contentedly on the side, resting his chin on Yijiosa's head. After about 10 minutes, Yijiosa's breathing became heavy, as if she was suffering from a nightmare. She couldn't break free for a while. Gradually, she began to toss and turn. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Saishomaru sensed that something was wrong. The fluffy tail carefully weighed Yijiosa. He finally found the culprit of the nightmare. He didn't know what Yijiosa was thinking, but when he slept, he actually hugged 2 heavy stones in his arms. Saishomaru didn't think too much about it, nor did he feel that there was anything strange about the 2 stones. He was someone who had watched Yijiosa grow up from a brat to a young lady. After spending 10 years together, he naturally knew that Yijiosa always liked to hug something when he slept to feel safe. It was either a stuffed toy, a soft blanket, or a puppy, white firewood. He must have gotten used to hugging them, so he didn't feel nervous even when hugging 2 rocks to sleep. The night wind was cool, and the galaxy was brilliant. Saishomaru didn't even spare them a glance. He just raised his claws and touched the 2 stones, and the power of space that flowed out sent them away. Not long after, Yijiosa's brows relaxed, and he slept as peacefully as before. He just had a nightmare. The first half was wonderful, and the second half was extremely terrifying. On a vast grassland, a herd of grass mud horses with prolapsed anuses were running. He and Saishomaru held a festive and down-to-earth wedding surrounded by relatives, friends, acquaintances, and passers-by. The atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. When night fell, the bonfire was lit, the whole lamb was roasted on the rack, and the drums stopped beating. He saw Sisso throw away the erguoto and roar at Aizen, "Duel. Let's see who's the real ace hairspray." Aizen's dignity was provoked, and it immediately threw away Wang Laoji, took off its tyrant costume, and stood up. "When I was playing with hairspray, who knows where you were drinking Sonla milk powder?" Seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand, an unknown man with a bandage on his head, a suit, and a pair of big light bulbs in his ears sneered, put down the snow beer in his hand, and slowly stood up. "I'm also very interested in the title of Ace Hairspray Hand." Then, Yijiosa watched in horror as the 3 of them stood by the bonfire, sparks and lightning flashing along the way. He did not know when, but the world was filled with the famous Bulgarian Demon King's deceptive canon song. Echoing the empty lyrics, the 3 of them began to dance. "I've fallen in love with the old man at the door." Sisso straightened his hips, Aizen took off his glasses, and Kirolo threw away his hairband. Let's help Auntie pluck her hair together. Sisso, Aizen, and Kirolo made ecstatic poses, and in unison, they stroked their hair from their chins to their lips, nose, and forehead. Their fingers spread out, and they all grabbed their bangs and combed them back. I'll suck all the milk in the tank. Sisso combed his hair back, and he became a wanton pervert. Aizen combed his hair back, and he became a domineering CEO. Kirolo combed his hair back, and he became the terrifying Bin Laden. They twisted their waists, spun, and danced together. Billy's mother explodes her eggs. They reached out their sinful hands to Yijiosa, and called him over and over again, tell me, who's the best hairspray? The best hairspray. The best hairspray. The best hairspray. Yijiosa was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he was about to draw his sword and fight it out with them, he realized that the pressure around him had suddenly lightened. The scene that terrified him collapsed inch by inch, and before long, he fell into a dark dream again. I feel like something is missing. What is it? Yijiosa smacked his lips and rolled into Saishomaru's arms. He hugged and rubbed against it. A familiar smell, a familiar chest, and the familiar fragrance of Blue Moon laundry detergent. Sisso lived his daily life as a delivery boy, and naturally did not have the chance to come to Greed Island to have a good time. Thus, the victim who accidentally got caught bathing naked in the open lake became Illumi. This was a wonderful misunderstanding. Shao Jia was curious. Warm up. Bomb Demon had a grudge, but he did not know that the Bomb Demon trio had already died in Illumi's hands. Following the Bomb Demon's name, they activated the travel card and chased after him. Unexpectedly, they didn't see the trio of villains. Instead, they saw a lone Illumi who was completely white, had a great figure, and had long, flowing hair. After a face-to-face fight, Illumi immediately took a step back and stepped into the deep water, her long hair floating in the water, covering her important parts. Chi, who was shocked to the core. Remains of a corpse. Aluga, who looked innocent and didn't feel anything was wrong, waved his hand happily. Brother. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Bisiji, who had a mature heart, was stunned. She held her face and drooled, and said honestly, in the eyes of a mature woman, it's the same whether you block or not. Illumi. A second later, a terrifying psychic pressure suddenly rose, and Illumi directly activated Ring's Sadako killing form. Her black hair slowly expanded, and sharp nails grew out of her 10 fingers. I'm going to dig out your eyes, right here, right now. The moment she finished her lines, the channeling bar was full. Illumi was ready, and just as he raised his hands an inch, ready to give Bisiji a critical blow, 2 stones fell from the sky and hit the back of his head. Illumi. He never thought he would be so careless. Even with his murderous intent, he was still ambushed from behind. More importantly, he didn't notice the enemy's existence. Illumi turned her head and scanned her surroundings. After a while, he stared at Chi. Wei Shu. Locust glycoside. School. Zhuansu. Mu. Ao. The moment he saw this, Illumi was dumbfounded. He confirmed the shape, and it was a pregnancy stone. He didn't expect that taking a bath in the open would be so good. Now, not only was he not angry, he even felt happy that he had won the lottery. It was as if he saw a group of dogs that laid golden eggs running towards him, cheering. Gilgamesh truly felt that Illumi's sense of beauty was becoming more and more eccentric. He just went out to take a bath, and then he came back with 2 dirty stones and tied them to his waist. Not only that, but Illumi also used a card with the function of leave to take him out of the Island of Greed. They quickly turned into the stronghold of co-adversary in Yukaxian, dialed a number, and ordered the deacons who beat up co-adversary to bring him back to the withered mountain for protection. With the pregnancy stone, he didn't believe that the golden retriever would be able to run away. Since it was something that he was determined to get, he would send it to a reliable place and take good care of it. In the remaining time, he would try his best to break through the levels and collect all the cards to get the highest reward, so he probably didn't have time to take care of the golden retriever. For a killer who was racing against time, time was money. He believed that in a month, not only would he get 50 billion rings, but he would also get the good news that the golden retriever was pregnant. It was a double blessing. Illumi waved his hand and sent the dog away. He reminded the deacons not to remove the stone, and that the dog must be kept in his room, and no one was allowed to touch it. The deacons took their orders and left. Illumi re-entered the game in high spirits, and with the attitude of a top student, he collected the remaining cards. A day later, Gilgamesh successfully reached Withered Mountain, Yolk's house, Illumi's bedroom. The dog kennelled. Aside from the fact that he couldn't remove the 2 stones, the deacon's attitude towards him could be said to be indulgent. However, he could endure being hung on the stone for 1 or 2 days, but he definitely couldn't endure it for 3 to 6 days. After a week, even the best material environment could wear out a person's patience, not to mention the king of Uruk who was used to material life. Gilgamesh was tired of it. He wanted to go out and play. He wanted to wander around. As such, the group of deacons who usually served him well seemed superfluous. After all, Gilgamesh still had some tricks up his sleeves. After 12 days, his patience ran out. He slipped out of the bathroom when the deacons were lax. In the morning, he wandered around Yolk's house. In the afternoon, he turned into a dog and watched a large group of deacons busy looking for him. In the afternoon, he removed the 2 stones hanging on his body and prepared to go down the mountain. However, since Illumi had taken care of him for so long, since he liked the 2 stones so much, he might as well give them back to him. Gilgamesh still carried the stones and walked towards Yolk's house. As he was almost discovered by the deacons during his escape, he couldn't return to Illumi's room smoothly. Helplessly, he found a random bedroom and placed the stones in an inconspicuous corner of the table. Little did he know that after he left, one of them rolled down from the corner and fell on the soft grayish-black carpet. It blended in with the complicated patterns, making it impossible for the naked eye to distinguish it. Half an hour later, Steward Wutong, who had just entered the room to organize the documents, collected the other ring, and placed it in a box. She sealed the box with her telekinesis and handed it over to Steward Yamian. "Remember, take these to the one in the Hunters Association. Be sure to put them where he can see them." Yamian nodded to show that she understood. Then, she traveled with Bamian to the private residence of a certain important figure in the Hunters Association as quickly as possible. Gilgamesh flicked her tail and left the withered mountain in a carefree manner. Illumi's struggle to gather cards was nearing its end. At this time, they did not know how much trouble their opinionated character had caused. Illumi's actions were terrifying, but no matter how powerful he was no match for a cheater with a main character's aura. At the end of the Island of Greed, Shao Jia and Chi Feichin were the first to pass. Murmuring and sparse when the entire island celebrated the successful breakthrough of the first successful person and held a grand celebration, Yi Jiusa and Li Yao, who had set up a lot of traps on the Island of Greed, arrived late and joined the party. Heroes parading through the streets, gourmet food, and fireworks around the island had stirred up the atmosphere to the highest point. Amidst the cheers, under the neon lights, the 3 children's faces were brimming with smiles without any haze. It was truly moving. Illumi threw the nails from time to time. She was out of tune with the lively atmosphere. The reality of not being able to hog 50 billion for himself made him feel very unhappy. But even if he was unhappy, he couldn't snatch it. Yi Jiusa was still watching from the side. They brought out 3 cards. They were the Archangel's Breath, with the attribute of, as long as you have a breath left, you can be saved, a card with the attribute of Remove Disguise, and a disguise card with the attribute of Pierce. In this way, not only could he complete the mission entrusted by the rich businessman and obtain 50 billion, but he could also use his Pierce to find traces of Kim Fullis. It was a beautiful dream, but their plans couldn't keep up with the changes. The rich businessman's beloved wife passed away due to illness. Archangel's Breath no longer had any meaning for the rich businessman. He loved his wife deeply. He didn't care about the age difference, background, or even the fact that he was willing to spend all his fortune to cure her illness. All he wanted was to be with her for the rest of his life. However, even after spending 100 billion, he still couldn't save his wife's life. Shao Jia held Archangel's Breath and didn't know what to do. Then, he saw Yi Jiuze take out 2 familiar-looking knives. "Boss, I just wanted to ask, is your wife's body still there?" The rich businessman nodded. Chapter 271. As the disciple of Kim Fullis, Kate was a white-haired young man with 4 qualities, from the Justice faction. He looked thin when he was dressed, but he was muscular when he took off his clothes. He was handsome and had a long-lasting style. His appearance was up to standard, his strength was awesome. If it weren't for the fact that he had the mentality of a 52-year-old at the age of 25, he would have been single a long time ago. Unfortunately, Kate had learned Kim Fullis' bad habit. He liked to wander the world and live without a fixed home. He dedicated his passion and love to all things in nature and was willing to fight for it for the rest of his life. Although Kate had his own team and companions, he liked to be alone most of the time. For example, now. He was wrapped in a brown blanket and leaning against a big tree, fishing. If Shao Jia hadn't suddenly used Pierce to break into his territory, he would probably have sat there for a long time. After a year, Kate still had a pair of world-weary dead fish eyes. His body was surrounded by a cold aura of, "I don't want to make friends with you." However, what the naked eye saw was not necessarily true. Just like Kate, even if he gave people the illusion that he was difficult to get along with on the surface. But as long as he moved and spoke, he could make people feel his concern and care. Even though Yi Jiuze had once cheated him of 100,000 ringgit money, Kate did not let Yi Jiuze stand on the chimera ant's nest and be attacked and bitten by them because of this small matter. "Stand there and don't move." Kate stood up from the lake. He did not care if he would expose his telekinesis. He conjured a spear. With a few bangs, he shot the chimera ant that had smelled the meat. "Fuck!" Yi Jiuze exclaimed. He pulled Saishomaru and immediately retreated. "Is this an ant?" "It's an ant, right? Why is it as big as a dung beetle?" Yi Jiuze had never seen such a strange-looking ant. They seemed to have undergone a genetic mutation. Not only were they abnormally large, but their shells were also abnormally hard. Otherwise, Kate would not have used a gun as a weapon. What was even more shocking was that after these ants were killed by the bullets, they would splash out with bluish-purple blood. Moreover, their bodies were clearly dead, but their broken limbs were still full of vitality. They were still struggling on the ground, and they didn't calm down for a long time. It was like a snake that could still coil around its body after its head was chopped off. Yi Jiuze and the others instantly dispersed from the chimera ant's nest and stared warily at the bulging ant nest. Even Kate did not approach it without permission. He stopped 3 meters away and explained to everyone, "This is a chimera ant, a species from that world. It's a carnivorous creature that can absorb the DNA of its prey to evolve. Its danger level is B+ to A." None of them had any concept of how dangerous a creature was, but the phrase, "it will absorb the DNA of its prey to evolve," was clearly heard by them. Therefore, not only Shao Jia, but also Qi Is it really dangerous? Earth? Poison bewildering toad forgives the visitors despicable. Turtle. GG. What evil intentions do you have? Mike. Kate glanced at the 6 uninvited guests with his dead fish eyes. As an outstanding junior in the Hunters Association, he had access to a lot of information. After sizing it up, he discovered Illumi beat the enemy. Kate by Changji frowned slightly. Why are you here? Everyone. These two know each other. An accident. Illumi, with her long, straight black hair, was expressionless. I was just waiting for my employer to take out a check worth 50 billion. I didn't expect that I would be transported here before I could escape. Chi. Old bones. Forgive me for visiting my humble valley. Long sea perilous prostitute halts the sea chi. Ha. Jijing. Di Xiangshou. Is there a gap about the fan, the scholar? Apologetic and forgiving. The emperor invited Hanmu. Polypus. The terminally ill pawn smashes forgives visit Z knocks hard on the ground. After the needle was removed, Chi. Play with misty surging gauze. Slaughtering and abandoning the promise to tame the toad in the dark and the drum of the Qian skull-whiskered and dizzy. Hibiscus panicked and dizzy. Illumi's dark eyes darkened. Kate was one of my former partners, not a friend. TSK. Kate dismissed the thought and resumed his usual indifference. I really don't want to recall our past experiences of working together. That was a dark history that was more tragic than spending 100,000 on a handful of catnip. Just thinking about it made Kate feel like he was blind. How could he treat a killer in a kawaii kimono as a naive little girl? At that time, he was a young and upright young man. Since he had learned from Kim Fullis, Kate had become a powerful master at the age of 15. Because of his pure character and upright values, when he saw a delinquent wearing a clown costume and a torch hairstyle, groping a girl in a pink kimono, he yelled and jumped out to fight the clown. Then, as the clown clutched his stomach and convulsed on the ground, the upright young Kate grabbed Cherry Blossom Girl's wrist and pulled her as they ran for the sake of youth under the beautiful sunset. That year, on that day, the setting sun was very red. At that moment, the girl was very beautiful. This was destined to be a difficult escape. Who would have thought that along the way, there would be so many thieves who coveted Cherry Blossom Girl's beauty and wanted to bring her back to give an explanation to their superiors. As a friend of justice, how could Kate yield? He snorted and laughed as he punched and kicked, successfully rescuing Cherry Blossom Girl. Under Cherry Blossom Girl's guidance, he safely sent her back to the withered mountain of carnage. Then, the old guard who was beating up the enemy smiled kindly. Young Master Illumi, you're back from a mission. Ah. Cherry Blossom Girl let out the voice of a young man whose voice was changing. There was an accident on the way, so I changed partners. As she spoke, Cherry Blossom Girl turned to look at Kate. Her cat eyes were emotionless. It's all thanks to you that you snatched Sisso's escort mission. This way, I won't have to pay for his mission. Oh, I'll also have to collect the deposit from him. Yes, because he failed in his duties, he still has to pay for breaching the contract. Kate was speechless. As for you. Cherry Blossom Girl pulled out a sinister smile. You're very good at taking care of people, and it's free of charge. I'll look for you again when I have a mission in the future. I'll look for you again. I'll look for you. I'll look for you. At the age of 15, Kate had suffered unbearable pain. He would never have imagined that Madame Kikyu, who beat up the enemy, would have the hobby of dressing up her son as a girl. He would never have imagined that Sisso would hold his stomach and convulse on the ground not because he had hit him in the stomach, but because he was laughing so hard that he was convulsing. Those years, when we ran under the setting sun, our youth was like mustard squeezed out of our brains. It was so spicy that it made people cry. Kate had long since decided to bury this dark history in his stomach. However, he did not expect that Illumi's nature would be so vile. Not only did she recall it on the spot, she even recited it aloud. That was the easiest mission I've ever done. I didn't need to do anything at all. All the pursuers were killed by Kate. Illumi's lips curled, revealing a sinister smile. I only needed to run with him. He would kill the enemies, bring back food, tidy up the place to stay. For a long period of time after that, I would choose to wear female clothing when I went out on missions. It was indeed much more convenient. Kate covered his face. Chi. Futuo. Back. Hiba. Ai Jun Illumi said, yeah, if it weren't for the fact that I've grown taller, more muscles, and bigger bone structure, it would be really convenient and covert to go out and kill people in female clothing. Everyone. I'm begging you, young master. Didn't you see that Kate was too ashamed to face anyone? For the sake of the 100,000 yuan catnip, Yijiosa helped Kate up and comforted him as if he was in the same situation. I understand your feelings very well. You're the kind of loli who kisses me in the game and acts cute, but after the gay meetup, all you feel is the pain of a fat otaku. Of course, you're even worse off than me. You were even tricked by Illumi to go home. Kate. He was not comforted at all on the first day they met. Kate's dark history and Illumi's history of cross-dressing were exposed. Chi. Mao Hui, the toad of Mao Hui. Tossing Axian Nian Luo Na Xian Ding. When a bonfire was lit by the lake and more than 10 fish were grilled, Chi. Chi. Narrow gap now point zinc 2 and chaos Y. Suppressing soul. Wanmei reproached himself for selling. He realized that there was a big problem with Illumi's psychology and thinking. It was so serious that he might not be able to find a wife in his life if he had known this. He would have brought the pregnancy stone from the island of greed. Kate had nothing to say to Illumi, and he had nothing to say to Yijiosa. The former ruined his youth, and the latter ruined his virginity. Yet, he let these two hang around in front of him. Kate felt that he was most likely suffering from water inversion this month. He was extremely unlucky. Kate ate the grilled fish and tried to talk only with Xiao Jia and Qi. Guobuai. Xing Xinyun. Forgiving visit Chue. For defect carboxylic young assel stir cut base. The big black cat Illumi's nose twitched slightly. What's that smell on your body? Little white cat Chi. Hairpin. Bone Tyrannosaurus of Mdplow. Cut doula. Resistance value model. Chun Xiong dream twist. The Guzi Saishomaru looked at him coldly. Puppy J. Fulis said loudly, I remember now. This is the smell of catnip that Auntie Mite uses to tease cats. Seeing that the second wave of his dark history was about to be revealed, Kate's dead fish eyes showed a look of despair. At the same time, Yijiosa's eyes darted around awkwardly. The smell on Kate's body is even stronger and smells better. Xiao Jia leaned closer to him and sniffed. It seems to be. Kate was helpless. He was forced to take out a fresh catnip from his trouser pocket. A handful of catnip for 100,000. I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I've been carrying it with me. A handful of 100,000. Xiao Jie, Qi. Liu. Ben. Qi. Ao Qian Huang. Play. Kate shot him a look of condemnation. Yijiosa covered his face. I wouldn't be tricked. Kate pinched the catnip and sniffed it lightly. This catnip is really amazing. I've been carrying it for a year, but it hasn't spoiled. It hasn't spoiled after a year. How is that possible? Ah, it's been a long time, and my body is stained with its smell. However, it's all thanks to it. At least the felines are willing to get close to me. Half a year ago, I found a nest of black Satan, which was on the verge of extinction, by relying on its smell. Black Satan. Shao Jia asked at the right time. What's that? A type of cat. Kate laughed. The reason why it's called Black Satan is because their entire body is pitch black. As for Satan, it comes from their ominous legend. Ominous legend. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Legend says that Black Satan's eyes are tightly shut from the moment it's born. If it opens its eyes and stares at a person, then that person is not far from death. The three children began to make a fuss. Although Black Satan is a feline, it's classified as a magical beast. Because they have the eyes of the Grim Reaper, once they open their eyes, it means death. Therefore, for hundreds of years, humans have been hunting them down, to the point that they're on the verge of extinction. Fortunately, I found them along the coast of the NGL Nature Reserve half a year ago. Kate smiled gently. They live in the Rocky Peak, a total of 5 of them. After raising them for a period of time, and after confirming that they can hunt for sea fish, I left. Black Satan is actually very cute, it's just that humans have demonized them. Kate said. They are born with a perception that can completely replace the use of eyes. As for opening their eyes, that's because they're angry. Chi. Yao Tan, solid broken bones, thick Australian feet. Lei Pain. Gang. June. 2 months ago, I went to see them, and they all opened their eyes at me. But I'm still alive and well. Kate said. So, opening their eyes is actually to express their anger, to complain that I left them behind. 5 cats, 5 pairs of eyes, golden eyes, with a malicious intent. But, it's nothing, it's just a cat's act of being spoiled. The 3 children made a fuss, but Alumi just treated it as a bedtime story. Only Yi Joseph frowned slightly. He turned his head and saw that Saishomaru had already pressed his hand on Tianxingya. Saishomaru gently stroked Tianxingya, his eyes locked on Kate. Others might not notice anything, but that ominous and cold aura of death could not be hidden from the owner of Tianxingya. Kate was a person targeted by the Grim Reaper. Chapter 272. Kate was a really busy person this time. He went out because he had accepted a commission from a certain country to help investigate the whereabouts and survival status of the chimera ant. If there were any accidents, he had to nip all dangers in the bud. After all, in recent years, no one knew what had happened to the Darkness continent. Wave after wave of biological disasters attacked the humans. The shadow of the giant python's massacre of the city had not dissipated, and the chimera ant's footsteps followed closely. Humans had suffered enough losses. The painful lesson accumulated from the mountains and seas of corpses was enough to make many small countries adjacent to the ocean panic and their liver tremble. The chimera ant, also known as the chimera ant, was a carnivorous species that relied on absorbing the DNA of its prey and optimizing and integrating it to evolve itself. According to the few confidential information records of the Hunters Association, the chimera ant lived in the outer circle of the Darkness continent. It was a race that was extremely hierarchical and social internally, and extremely aggressive and united externally. They respected the queen, they worshipped strength and reproduction. Other than the queen, who was female, the rest of the race were male. And among the males, the forces directly under the queen were divided into division commanders, and ant soldiers in descending order. They were loyal to the queen. They went out hunting all day long to prepare enough food for the queen, so that the queen could absorb high-quality genes and fuse them in her stomach and give birth to the powerful ant king. The Ant King was the king who carried the long-cherished wish of the entire Chimera ant race. It was also a monster born from the fusion of various high-quality genes. As long as it could climb out of the queen's stomach safely and smoothly, it was enough to rely on its strength and gene-devouring instinct to become stronger as it fought, to lead the race into the inner circle of the Darkness continent, to build its own kingdom. But perhaps it was because the species of the Darkness continent had experienced the baptism of the Ant King. After knowing that the Chimera ant had the Ant King, none of the queens who had lived in the Darkness continent had been able to successfully give birth to the Ant King. Had it not been for the fact that the Chimera ant mainly reproduced through feeding and mating, they would have long been annihilated in the long history of the Dark Continent. A Chimera ant without an Ant King was nothing to be afraid of, but a Chimera ant with an Ant King would sooner or later stand at the top of the food chain. Therefore, for the sake of the tribe's glory, the Ant Queen's lifelong mission was to give birth to the strongest Ant King. Unexpectedly, the Marauder's sudden visit destroyed a sizable Chimera ant colony. The queen was heavily injured and entered the sea, crossing the other shore. She didn't expect that the world outside the Darkness continent was actually so young and harmless. It was a hunting paradise belonging to the Chimera ant. The Chimera ant had come to the human world, and it was far more dangerous than the giant python. But the panic was still brewing. Even Kate, who had been tracking the Chimera ant for a long time, could not guess how things would develop. About a month ago, a fisherman picked up a broken limb of a Chimera ant at the beach. Kate pressed down on his blue hat and explained to everyone, it was washed ashore by the sea. The sharpness of its hooked claws can easily tear a human body apart. The Khaki Kingdom sent the limb over. You guys should go and take a look. Little did they know that they wouldn't know if they didn't take a look, but when they did, they were shocked. The limb of the Chimera ant sent by the Khaki Kingdom was only one joint, but it was already 2 feet long. This joint had elbows and wrists, as well as hard palms and sharp claws. But rather than saying it was a broken arm, it was better to say it was a sharp weapon. The exoskeleton glowed with a metallic luster, hooked claws full of barbs, and poisonous fingertips. All of these showed that the creature was huge and terrifying. Are you kidding me? Yi Joseph stared. If an ant's leg was this long, how big would its body be? Its body should be about 3 meters tall. Ilumi's voice was still flat, but his eyes were fixed on the broken arm. According to the weight of the broken joint, it weighs at least 300 kilograms. 3 meters tall, 300 kilograms in weight, and with its claws and teeth, Ilumi said confidently, killing humans would be a piece of cake. As soon as he finished speaking, the room was silent for a while. After a long time, Kate's companion sighed and said, "We can only pray that these Chimera ant don't land near human villages." If a human village was unfortunate enough to bump into a Chimera ant, not only would the village be slaughtered, but the ant would also absorb human genes, organize them, and integrate them. If an ant with human genes was born, the appearance of a human-like creature was bound to cause a racial war. Some things did not need to be said clearly. The few of them more or less had their own guesses. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Kate immediately reported to the Hunters Association and applied to continue tracking the Chimera ant to minimize the damage. The current situation isn't hopeless, is it? Yi Joseph said, "You said that this was discovered a month ago. If there really was a monster that hurt humans, it wouldn't have taken so long to spread the news." However, Kate shook his head and said, "What if it was too late to spread the news?" Yi Joseph was stunned. Everyone was shocked. There are many islands along the coast, and life on the islands is more primitive. Even the populated places are just small villages with a dozen or so families. The fisherman found the broken arm, which means that the Chimera ant's landing place is not far from the human area. As he spoke, Kate ordered, help me find the distribution of the ocean currents near the islands and filter out the most likely landing place for the chimera ant. The workshop suddenly became busy. Many of the hunters were sweating on their foreheads. I've been tracking them for a long time. The place where I met you was just a small nest. Kate sighed. The nest's danger level is determined to be C+. It doesn't need to be destroyed, but it will also be listed as a key surveillance target. As for this one, Kate pointed at the 2-foot-long broken arm and said, it must be controlled or destroyed. The atmosphere became a little heavy. For a moment, only the sound of the hunter's fingers tapping on the keyboard could be heard. They were searching for the distribution of the ocean currents, sending a message to the Hunters Association, or filtering out the most likely places to be attacked. In the midst of the busy work, Yi-Josa quietly approached Saishomaru and whispered, "Can you remember its smell?" Saishomaru glanced at her. Only the smell of the sea. The broken arm had been floating in the sea for so long, and it had been touched by countless people and tested by instruments. The remaining smell on it had long disappeared. If they wanted to rely on the smell to track it, they could only smell the direction of a certain area of the sea. Once it left the range of the smell of the sea, there was an 80% chance that they would give up halfway. Saishomaru did not want to do useless work. Moreover, even though he was a dog demon, Yi-Josa still dared to order him around like a dog. Was he too lenient with her? The result of the filtering was locked onto a place called NGL. It was said that NGL was a country that advocated natural living. They rejected all high-tech products and industrial production. Even though they were born in the new era, the entire country lived a life of farming civilization. Due to the lack of electronic products, the flow of information in NGL was rather backward. In other words, if the chimera ant landed in NGL, even if it ate up the entire country, the outside world would not know that there was a huge change in NGL. Primitive forests, simple humans, rich products. Yi-Josa felt that if he was the chimera ant, he would definitely settle down in NGL. Thinking of this, he felt chills down his spine. What's the approximate population of NGL? Yi-Josa asked. Kate shook his head. NGL has never interacted with the outside world, and its population has never been disclosed. But NGL's area is not small, and its population should be at least 1 million. A population of at least 1 million. Yi-Josa leaned towards Illumi. Say, how much meat do you think a 3-meter-tall, 300 kilograms carnivorous monster needs to eat in a day to be full? Illumi recalled the second and third hares at home, and replied. Second and third hares can eat about 30% of their body weight. Based on this calculation, the monster needs to eat about 90 kilograms of meat a day. However, many insects eat food that is usually a few times or even tens of times their body weight. Illumi tilted her head. Based on this calculation, this chimera ant needs to eat a few hundred people a day. Yi-Josa and Kate's expressions changed. Even Illumi frowned. Chi, bring Aluja home. Illumi suddenly said to Chi. Chi. Route. And Hui. Tail camel. Boom. His instinct as an assassin told him that the chimera ant was more dangerous than he had imagined. And beating up an enemy was the successor of the next family head. There could not be any mishaps. Illumi was a standard enemy, and all his thoughts and actions were for the sake of the entire family. But his desire to control Chi, who had already pulled out the needles, learned telekinesis, and was getting stronger. Shoulder the burden. Pagonki. Hydrazine. Pet Cerium Scar. I'm going to NGL. I'll send Aluja to a safe place, or you can bring Aluja home. After all, going to NGL without pay and working for free, you won't get involved, right? Persevering without stopping. Dark. Acripoid. Me. Fu Zhaojun, even if you're my big brother, you can't influence my decision. Qi. Guanghuai. Dissection. Shakyao. Silk lotus shield mie. Hui ka ni puyao. Despicable. Tao ostrich poison mie. Jiao Xiyuan. Saishomaru x Yi Jiosa was speechless. Qi. Qi. Say riddles pay idiot. Scale roll dice. Bai Huaxian's Dreamylumi suddenly revealed a sinister smile. He realized that his stupid Dodo was always unruly. It seemed like it was time to tail him, monitor him, supervise him, and teach him a good lesson. You've learned to resist me, Qi. Illumi said, then let me see how far your so-called resistance can take you. Thus, Illumi said that he must be included in the large-scale public service activities to eliminate pests for nature. After listening, Qi. Oxen Guanlan Zai Nua Mao Jiao Busong Aphids play. 3 days later, at the entrance of the NGL Country of Nature, a group of Bug Killer Squad, wearing pure cotton clothes, simple belts around their waists, and cloth shoes stepped into this natural territory. As far as the eye could see, there were blue skies and white clouds, a vast grassland, herds of cattle and sheep. It was indeed a pure land away from the hustle and bustle of the world. However, there were too many broken rules in this perfect place for retirement. Anyone who wanted to enter NGL had to wear pure handmade clothes and pants. They were not allowed to carry any electronic products. Even hair clips, earrings, watches, and belts had to be removed. Fortunately, Yi Jiose had a backpack. There were so many slots that he could store a lot of things. All the communication tools and weapons of the Bug Killer Squad that did not meet the specifications were quietly brought in by him. As for Saishomaru, it was even easier. He turned into white firewood and hugged him in his arms. Who would be serious with a dog? The 6 of them entered and were informed by the 2 tour guides that they could rent horses. Who knew that when Illumi heard that they had to rent horses, he immediately stopped Kate, who wanted to pull a horse. His black eyes were calm. Strange. Scapula. Lie. Both of them. As expected, his big brother exploded in the next second. Renting a horse for a day costs 100,000. If it's damaged, we have to pay for it. If we rent it, we'll be losing money. The tour guide's mouth twitched slightly, but he still stubbornly wore a kind smile. Mister. It's not easy to come to NGL. Naturally, you have to ride a horse and enjoy the beautiful scenery. I don't want to enjoy the scenery, Illumi said coldly and turned to Kate. You can run faster than a horse. Why would you want to ride a horse? The 2 tour guides were speechless. The smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. Yes, renting a horse for 100,000, taking care of it. How is this looking for a means of transportation? It's like raising a master. Yi Jiosa agreed, if you can't run fast, I can fly you with my qinggong. The 2 tour guides were speechless. The smiles on their faces disappeared completely. Why don't we walk by ourselves? Illumi calculated carefully, there are 6 or 5 of us. If we save 500,000 a day, 3 days would be 1.5 million. 6 days would be. If you rent a horse for a month, it would be equivalent to the commission of the enemy. As Illumi thought of this, his eyes lit up. Or, you can really rent it to me. Kate was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 273. As the outsiders who entered NGL had all returned to the primitive in order to better help them bridge the gap between the information age and farming civilization, every sightseeing team would be equipped with 2 tour guides. The female tour guide was responsible for explaining and guiding the way, while the male tour guide was responsible for food and lodging and security. If it was their first time here, tourists would only feel at home being taken care of. However, this was only care on the surface. The actual task of the two tour guides was to monitor the sightseeing team entering NGL regardless of whether the tourists in the team were experienced hunters, authoritative politicians, wealthy merchants, or the old and weak. Their every move would be reported to the upper echelons of NGL. Even if NGL had always flaunted its pure, natural, and pollution-free signboard, the corruption inside was not inferior to Meteor Street at all and was equivalent to the dark side of any human country in the world. The elders of Meteor Street nurtured outstanding telekinesis users like they were breeding goo, providing fresh blood to many gangs and organizations. The upper echelons of NGL were like livestock in pens, isolating the local people, allowing them to work here for generations, providing resources and wealth to the nobles, supplying anesthetics and drugs to the outside world. This was the secret of NGL that was not leaked, and also the reason why the upper echelons took the risk of offending the Hunters Association and also the reason why they sent guides to monitor them. Unfortunately, not only did the two guides not know how to read, they could not even beat Illumi in eloquence. From the moment the team set off, they had only traveled 3,000 meters at the end of the insect-killing team. They could not take it anymore. Sorry, there is an undeveloped area in front, so do you want to follow? Illumi gave the tour guides a rare look. After entering the forest, you might encounter a terrifying monster. Can you be responsible for your own life and death? The tour guides. If you are injured or killed, do we need to compensate you? Illumi continued, if you want, you can stay here. If not, you can stay here. If you want to follow, sure. I'll calculate the cost of forcing you to follow. Finance Minister Illumi clicked her abacus. First of all, you ride horses. The sound of horse hooves and the smell of horses will attract carnivores. The two of you definitely won't be able to solve it. If necessary, you might need me in chi. Enshrouded frame M. Kissing the doctor until she faints. The doctor was fortunate enough to forgive me for visiting Chao Chao Shinting. Ah, Chao Yi Na Ji. Xingtin of Cape Cape. I think even NGL would have heard of the name, beating the enemy guest. Mi Ji has always done a good job in publicity. As the two tour guides' faces turned ashen, Illumi muttered to herself, if I bid, the starting price will be 30 million. Yen Jinjing. Xuandong. 10 million dinars. Considering the economic factors of NGL, let's settle for 20 million ringgit from Xinghui. Saishomaru stared at Yi Jiusa in bewilderment, then looked at Illumi from head to toe. He realized that after the genetic inheritance of beating up the enemy guest, the white-haired, sharp-clawed, vertical pupils, this kind of risking one's life to make money personality really resembled the déjà vu of Yi Jiusa diligently paying off his debts. For some reason, Saishomaru's feelings towards the adversary family became even more subtle. Shao Jia, who was at the side, came closer. Luo Luo. Hui Huai Pan. Jipu Wenai. Huai Huai Ba. Huai. E Huai Ba. Pei. Pei. Sway. Chi. Hydrazine. Done. Hingshan skeleton scar. Shoulder. Toad has you. UAU. Ferocious. I5 take carboxylic acid. Neon baked Jiao Jing Jiao and Jiao Zhuanshou. Hidden Jiao. Sheena Jiao Shell. Meitong's greed point muddling the wall. Puke, puke, puke. Kate X Shao Jia. Yi Jiusa hugged the dog and could not help but complain, burying your private money 20 meters deep, what kind of godly operation is that? If it were me, I would hide it in a tree hole, under a bathtub, on a beam or in a blanket. If it doesn't work, I would pry open the soles of my shoes, stuff them in, and fill in the soles. Saishomaru's gaze instantly sharpened. If it still doesn't work, buy a pack of cigarettes, pour out all the cigarettes, roll up the notes and put them in. Wrap it properly, then sincerely tell your wife that you're going to quit smoking. Put this box in a glass cabinet as a collection. Just look at it, don't touch it. If you don't smoke in the first place, it'll be even easier to fool you. Yi-Jose smiled. Tell your wife that, as a good man, you don't want to smoke and drink, but you won't be able to do so in a group of men. At some point, Alumi had already stopped her calculations and pricked up her ears to listen to Yi-Jose's Wisdom Sutra, the first, second, and third ways to hide private money, arranged. Buy a pack of cigarettes and put it at home. Even if I don't smoke, it's also telling my brothers that I'm the same as you guys. This way, not only will the women not check what's in the cigarette box, they'll even support what you're doing. In the future, you can save your private money with peace of mind. Alumi, chi. Guilt. Gully. The black anthracite mist bridge. Crane. A chong is playing with a fish. Private money. Tax. Although they didn't have a partner, with their looks, figures, and assets, they could hook up with them in no time. Therefore, they had to remember this method. Shao Jia listened in a daze. Saishomaru didn't say anything, but his eyes glanced at the cloth shoes on Yi-Jose's feet. Did he put his private money in the middle? As for the two tour guides, the male tour guide was so touched that he wanted to immediately go home to practice. The female tour guide suddenly decided to go through her husband's wardrobe, shoes, and socks. Under Yi-Jose's indirect verbal attack, the bug extermination team and the tour guides had the same idea for the first time. They just wanted to get away from each other urgently. They didn't need Alumi's attack at all. It was suddenly quiet around them. Alumi concluded, Chi. Daipshan E in the courtyard. Mochizi. E Miaodu. Yi-Jose stared at her with his dead fish eyes. You even want to extort money from your brother for cigarettes. Chi. Gatuchuo Sigma Spring. Huidaba Ash. Huidasinyao. Huidu. Waste. Muddle-headedly holding a knife in one's bosom. As he spoke, the little white cat appeared. Sakura Skeleton Darkness. Waiter Cha-Cha. How could Toad Shi-Sien do that? Liuya Liuju and Alumi was speechless. Alumi the big black cat started to retaliate. There will be. The little white cat. Cherry-faced horseshoe lizard bone Banyao. He's already 4 years old, and his only friend is that pervert Sisso. He can't even make normal friends, and he's delusional about having a girlfriend. Alumi. No matter what, I'll make a note of Sisso first. Looking at Alumi, who was rendered speechless by her younger brother's rebuttal, Kate felt refreshed. Of course, as an outstanding veteran hunter, he could not show his happiness on his face. He was already a mature and reliable 25-year-old adult. Be steady. You have to hold on. Don't laugh. Kate's face twitched. He lowered his hat and coughed. Stop fooling around. Let's go. Hi. X2. Only the two children replied in a loud and clear voice. As for the filthy adults, Yi-Jose opened the mount interface and took out the mount from within. The orange-grade Maserati edition, Flaming Hoof, the Rolls-Royce Phantom edition, Red Rabbit, that took him 9 months to obtain, the Ferrari edition, Red Dust, that he had used his entire life to obtain, the Hummer edition, Flying Sand, that he had obtained after killing the White Dragon, and the standard BMW i8 edition, Foot Horse. Let's go. We'll contract the NGL Nature Reserve's forests, grasslands, and mountains. His companions were all stunned. Hi. X4. Other than Saishomaru, everyone responded to the call. 1 man and 1 horse, their speed was as fast as a gust of wind. However, the NGL Nature Reserve's territory was rather vast. After galloping for half an hour, they still did not see any villages or fields. Until Saishomaru suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Turn left, there's the smell of blood." The smell was very weak and far apart. If they maintained their galloping speed, it would take them a quarter of an hour to arrive. Everyone tightened their grip on their horses and turned to the left. The closer they got, the stronger the disgusting stench of corpses. They understood that the most terrifying outcome had already happened. The chimera ant had settled down in NGL, built its nest, and had even begun to prey on humans. So, how much would the chimera ant evolve after absorbing human DNA? They would possess human form, intelligence, language, and mind. If they devoured psychic ability users, they might even open their sperm pores and learn psychic abilities. By then, the ants would become a human-like species that learned psychic abilities. They would feed on humans, and a war between species would be unavoidable. "We're here," Yijose said softly, his voice a little absent-minded. He saw a destroyed village. Crude farming tools were scattered all over the ground. The soil was soaked in blood and had congealed into dark brown solid blocks. Broken limbs and bodies were everywhere. White bones that had been cleanly gnawed were thrown in the corner. Looking into the distance, he saw thick, sharp wood stuck in the middle of the field. More than 10 corpses with their flesh cut off were skewered. It was a hellish scene. The way the beasts ate was disgusting. This feeling. Illumi squatted down and wiped off some blood scabs, rubbing them on her fingertips. "They died 3 days ago." Kate looked around and said coldly, "There are no survivors." "But, I found something." He stretched out his hand. There was a thin wing in his palm. It looked like the wing of a fly or mosquito. It looked harmless, but it was actually as sharp as a blade. "It should be the remains left behind by the chimera ant," Kate said. "There are traces of bullets around. It looks like there's a firearms factory in NGL. But if firearms can only take off palm-sized wings, then the chimera ant's physical defense is comparable to bulletproof glass." Yijose didn't say anything. He opened his backpack and returned everyone's weapons and equipment. Finally, he took out a bunch of red and blue medicine bags and stuffed them into everyone's pockets. He picked up a lot of low-grade HP recovery potions and chi replenishing potions when he was killing small monsters. To a max-level pure yang, low-grade red and blue medicine were not very useful. But to a human with a mortal body, it was no different from a life-saving ginseng. Instead of letting them rot here, he might as well give them to his friends to shine. Red ones, HP recovery potions, blue ones, recuperation potions. Yijose reminded. Just like playing a game, replenish any injuries or exhaustion in time. If you can't hold on and die, Mo Fong, as long as you're not eaten, you can be saved. Illumi changed back into her green training clothes in the bushes. Her body was full of nails. Chi. Jiao Xiao climbing machine scratching poo-pooing. Mo ya meow 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 meowing. Earth. Fontaine. Woo. Chi. NGL situation has gone out of control. Since we brought the equipment, Kate, Illumi, please send the photos and videos to the association immediately. Yijose explained. We only have 6 people. The enemy's nest, number, and strength are unknown. We can't be careless. Saishomaru does have the ability to wipe out a large area. But if there are survivors in the ant colony, they will be wiped out indiscriminately. You might think that special times call for special treatment. If we can eliminate the chimera ant, sacrificing a small number of people is necessary, right? Illumi nodded honestly. Kate remained neutral. Chi. Argon Ba. Address Chu Yun. Retrieve. If I don't have the ability to save people, I'll probably make the same choice. Yi Jiosa rubbed Xiao Jie's head. But I have the ability to save people. I want to work hard. If I don't have the ability, I'll accept my fate. If I have the ability, I'll help both. I've given you the medicine. You should be able to protect yourselves, right? Yi Jiosa said, then, let's separate for a while. Saishomaru and I can guarantee that we can retreat safely. We will continue to advance towards the nest and attract the firepower in front. I hope that you will stay on the periphery for the time being. When I've determined the level of danger, I'll inform you whether to retreat or advance. Kate frowned and disagreed. No, it's too dangerous. I've dealt with all kinds of beasts for 18 years. I have to go with you to deal with ants. But this is obviously not something that can be solved with experience, right? Yi Joseph pointed at the large bloodstains and wreckage. He said calmly, Kate, this is something that can only be solved with force. And in the team, Saishomaru and I are the strongest. Everyone fell silent. Kate pursed his lips and took out his equipment to contact the Hunters Association. Yi Jiosa kept the other horses and left Flaming Hoof to them. This is Demon Horse Flaming Hoof. It runs fast and has strong combat power. If there's a disaster, it can even fly in the air. It's a powerful weapon for escaping. Yi Jiosa patted the horse's back and gestured for Flaming Hoof to guard his little friend. Then, he and Saishomaru crossed the dead village and headed out. The demon dog's fluffy tail extended and wrapped around her body. Following the smell left behind by Chimera Ant, they accurately locked onto the location. We'll go first. Take care. They leaped up and soared into the air at lightning speed. Kate, who stayed in place, fiddled with the communication equipment. As the NGL's signal coverage was almost zero, it took him a long time to reconnect to the Hunters Association headquarters. Kate was not vague. He quickly and briefly informed the association about the cause, process, and result of the incident. He also requested for backup, hoping that President Nitro could come personally. Kate did not hide his message from Illumi and Chi. Detour. Ji. Jianghu Xianyuan Ji blows the sword. Jianchao Jian Ao Zai Mi Bai Bao. Gudu Chao Huan Huan Mu Gu Shi Tan Shi Pa Chang. No, President Nitro can't go. Why? Kate asked anxiously. The ants are starting to eat people. Wasn't there a bug that entered NGL? There's no news now. What if the ants eat a telekinesis user? The president really can't come. The bean-faced man cried. He's pregnant. Kate X Illumi X Chi. Shao Jia instantly turned into a weathered stone statue. What did you say? This world has gone crazy. President Nitro is actually pregnant. The bean-faced man wiped his tears. The scariest thing is, you have a young master who beats up the enemy's guests. Tell them. They're pitiful. Their grandfather Jian Nuo Di Ku is pregnant too. Everyone. Illumi. Chapter 274. Illumi was sure that his grandfather, Jian Nuo Di Ku, was a real man. He definitely did not have any female physiological characteristics, nor did he have any physiological organs that could conceive a child. Not to mention anything else, they beat up the Di Ku family. For generations under the same roof, they would occasionally go to the hot spring pool to take a bath on their days off, relax their bodies and moods. Even if the hot spring was filled with water vapor and smoke, no matter how blurry the environment was, it could not block the sharp eyes of professional killers. The whole family was made up of men. It was common for them to rub each other's backs and walk birds in the pool naked. When he was a child, he had been in a big pool with his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. How could he not know whether Grandpa Jiannuo was a man or a woman? Therefore, when he knew that Grandpa Jiannuo was a man, when he heard the news that he was suddenly pregnant, it was really a big deal. Others might not know the reason, but Alumi would not be lucky enough to think that it had nothing to do with him. After all, a month and a half ago he placed a golden retriever with 2 pregnancy stones in it at home. Then the problem was, the stone that was supposed to impregnate the dog. Why did it roll to Grandpa Jiannuo and President Nitro? Moreover, with the experience of the 2 elders, there was no reason not to know the appearance and function of the pregnancy stone. Why did he carry it with him for a month? Finally, the pregnancy stone fell on the 2 big shots. Where did his dream dog go? Alumi really felt that. Compared to being beaten up by Grandpa Jiannuo and President Nitro, the consequences of losing the dream dog was even more terrifying to him. Anyone who found out that the golden retriever would drop the gold, they would definitely hide it. When the time came, the world would be big. Where would he find it? This was simply taking his life. Impossible. When Alumi was scared out of his wits, Vanadium. Cheeks. Play. Na shui chue frequently masked box charcoal zheng. Mixed with D. Chu chue eat school ku. Chu chue apologize chu shui tax. Chu chue eat mechanical model June. Ko. Kui ju ko. Dai yi hui. What jealousy? Male Hui. Fence maze lotus window ginseng. How can I calm down? How do you expect me to calm down? Qin Mengwei admits to beheading the Dengwu. Target. The first scene of the cable car class. Slug Noir. The collapse of Fragrant Fate. Catch up. Is the bell and the mechanism of the spear accurate and discrete? Pyrolite star. Is it related to death? 2. Alumi warned, Ki. Ha. Hide. Me. Zinsen's lighthouse promontory zinc steel grain dredge. Shut up, big brother. Radon epiphyllum. Play. Puff puff puff. Moody. Roan. Scarlet seal. Just a beautiful and elegant Cape zinc industry. How can the line smashed miserably glutinous? Su Lulu vs. June, big brother. Can't you think about it? If you're the one giving birth, you won't be able to accept any quests to earn money for 10 whole months. The bean-faced man on the other side of the video was sweating profusely. How far is the corpse of Conconus sulfur? Testicular gland. Huan Yi Shui. Leech. O Zinsen's Chong Ji Pod. Chu Hun Na Ti Ridge. That's right, you've reminded me. Alumi tilted her head as she pondered. No matter how the pregnancy stone changed, the cause of everything was still him. Grandpa Jiannuo had lost all his face this time. If he returned home. No, now wasn't the time to consider his own safety. What would he do with the pregnancy stone after beating up the enemy? Would he contract all the infertility medical institutions? It seemed like an idea to earn money. Moreover, finding a girlfriend, marrying a wife, raising a child, which one of them didn't require money and effort? But the pregnancy stone was different. If he really didn't want to get married, he could give birth to one himself. No, not being able to earn money for 10 months would be even more painful. No. Definitely don't get married. Which round and unclean? 2 Chu. Rake. Wallingly eat Luan na Tiao. Jingwang Fu Yu Xiong Meng Ji Ding Qi. Planting luan na uuc. Quail na tiao. What? You. Na. Rake ba. Gwenati June. 12. Ah, no, 13 years old. Shao Jia counted with his fingers. We were 12 when we took the exam. Now that a year has passed, we're 13 years old. Kate said dryly, do you even need to count with your fingers for something like 12 plus 1 is equal to 13 foot? Shao Jia laughed dryly. Kate, you're asking about chi. Which small stream of water cut a handsome man? Kate stared at him with his dead fish eyes. A 13-year-old kid is actually thinking about getting married and having children. It seems like I'm really behind the times. Shao Jia. However, this farce didn't last long. Excluding the shocking factor of the big news, it was obvious that NGL's battle with the Chimera Ant was more important. What did it mean for Nitro and Jianuo to be pregnant? It meant that the two strongest combatants in the world couldn't come to NGL to solve the problem of the Chimera Ant. If the association sent ordinary hunters over, it would be like sending food to the ants. For example, the hunter who had entered NGL 3 days earlier than them, had only been a hunter for a year, and had only been enlightened for half a year. His killer move hadn't matured yet, but he had accepted a mission and brought his teammates into the hunting grounds of the Chimera Ant. Now, no one knew if he was dead or alive. If he was alive, it would be a blessing in disguise. If he was dead, they could only pray that he wouldn't become food for the Chimera Ant. Exploding Cure was an enlightened humanoid, while the Chimera Ant would ingest the best genes of its prey. After eating Exploding Cure, they wouldn't be far from psychic. Then, please tell me, what should we do about this NGL rescue mission? Kate asked. The president can't take charge, and we can't ask the enemy to come out. What does Parston have to say? The situation in NGL is very serious, and it's no longer time for Parston to be willful. Usually, President Nitro always had the attitude of a younger generation and fought with Parston in a battle of wits and courage. Seeing that Parston would always be suppressed no matter how hard he tried, all the hunters turned a blind eye to this matter. Who would have thought that President Nitro was pregnant? Needless to say, they all knew that Parston had something to do with this. But this time, Parston had gone overboard, and if he wasn't careful, he would destroy the entire world. Bean-faced man, Parston said that he would contact the person who could solve the NGL incident. Kate, the person who could solve the NGL incident. Who? As for Nitro, he had been in a high position for a long time and had more or less offended those who wanted to climb up. He was like a mountain that pressed down on people's heads. Many of them were politicians and archenemies who wished for his death. Even in the face of the impending racial war, those fat upper echelons still lived in a power struggle, using Parston's hand to push the strongest human, Nitro, to his death. From Nitro's perspective, he really couldn't go, but he also couldn't not go. It was laughable that the survival of the human race actually needed the help of an old man or a powerhouse. It was as if whether the world would head towards destruction was the responsibility of whether a person could complete the mission or not. The decadence of the world and the malice of humans had truly widened his horizons. Sacrificing himself for the masses, did Aizen look like a saint? The Chimera Ant Queen who gave birth to the strongest Ant King. If the Ant King was really that strong, he would love to nurture it himself. He really wanted to see how the Ant King would rule the human race after Nitro's downfall. The expressions of Parston and the politicians would definitely delight him. Thus, Aizen opened Yukexian Logistics' website and quickly turned to a hidden page. Under Uchiha Madara's name, he placed a mission delivery order worth 300 million ringgit. Delivery address: inside the Chimera Ant's nest in the NGL Nature Zone. Goods to be retrieved: a pregnant giant ant or its baby ant. Note: waiting online. It's urgent. After placing the order, Aizen threw himself onto the sofa and waited patiently for the delivery to arrive. With Uchiha Madara's dedication to 5-star reviews, even if he wanted the moon in the sky, he could easily type Earth exploding heavenly star or Sky barrier star, let alone a mere ant. Well, all he had to do was wait. Speaking of which, where did the owner go? Was he playing on the island of greed? That's good, it didn't matter where the owner went as long as he didn't interfere with my plans. Yukaxian Logistics Headquarters. A man, a dog, and a group of spiders gathered in the grocery room. Their eyes were bright and the atmosphere was evil. Uchiha Madara held his phone and sat down boldly. Chrollo crossed his paws and laid down obediently. The spiders, who were wearing courier vests and brick-moving uniforms, obediently stood in a row, from left to right, from short to tall, and reported their numbers in a loud and orderly manner. Then, they stood at attention, raised their heads, and looked straight ahead. Fei Tan instinctively stepped out of the line and reported, as of 8:00 tonight, I've delivered a total of 2,333 deliveries, of which I've received 2,332 good reviews. The only thing I'm missing is that a customer accidentally dropped his phone into the toilet while squatting, so I can't give 5-star reviews. That's enough. Uchiha's father waved his hand, and Fei Tan immediately shut up. I didn't gather all of you today to listen to a report. There's a fat sheep. A customer has placed a 300 million order for me to go to NGL to catch ants. Spending 300 million for Uchiha Madara to go to NGL to catch ants. They didn't know where to start, but they felt like vomiting. Rich people were really amazing. Not only did they pursue the natural ecology of their food and clothing, even the ants crawling all over the yard had to be imported from NGL. Awesome! They were really curious. Which idiot rich kid had placed the order? NGL is quite far, catching ants is a meticulous job. Uchiha Madara fell into deep thought. No matter how strong the chimera ant was, it was still an ant. What was an ant? It was a fragile toy that could kill a whole bunch with a single stomp of a Susanoo. What if it accidentally trampled some queen or ant king to death? Aizen was a colleague after all. It was rare for him to place an order to rear a pet, so he had to give him some face. In order to preserve the ants' lives, it was better to let the gentle spiders catch them. They were both insects, so they should be able to treat each other well. I will temporarily return psychic to all of you. The spiders' eyes lit up, unable to conceal the anticipation in their hearts. All of you, follow me to NGL to catch ants. The spiders. Half an hour later, a man, a dog, and a group of spiders boarded the express airship to NGL. At the same time, Yijiosa and Saishomaru had already entered the vicinity of the chimera ant's nest. At the edge of the outer forest, they killed a green-skinned chimera ant that looked neither like a fish nor a lizard. They discovered a corpse that had been pierced by countless bullets, Pingxi. Pingxi, the girl who was good at controlling bees in the 287th Hunter exam. Although she did not pass the exam in the end, her temperament and strength were not bad. Who would have thought that she would die in this godforsaken place? Yijiosa squatted down. Disregarding the flesh and blood on his hands, he used a pair of tweezers and a sharp knife to pry out all the bullets on Pingxi's body. In the end, Saishomaru did not say anything. He just pulled out his natural tooth and waved it. The little girl trembled and woke up. She seemed to be scared out of her wits. After a while, she began to scream hysterically. Her hands and feet grabbed onto Yijiosa's sleeves. She said in fear, "Quick! Go save the exploding warehouse. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. The exploding warehouse has been captured by them." The exploding warehouse. Yijiosa patted her back. He felt that the name was very familiar. After a while, he came to a realization. He remembered now. During the hunter exam, he was the first unlucky child that he had buried in the ground. Why was he the first unlucky child to be captured after not seeing him for so long? Wasn't his luck too bad? Chapter 275. 3 days ago. Exploding Library and the others were the first to enter NGL and began to investigate the traces of the Chimera Ant. Since his team did not have the stingy Illumi, nor did they have the 4S trench horse supplier Yijosa. In a situation where the road was long and endless, they could only grit their teeth and rent horses with the tour guide to the depths of NGL. But horses had to eat grass, and people had to sleep. From the outer perimeter to the inner perimeter, they spent almost 3 days on and off. Exploding Library and the others were the first hunters to come into contact with the Chimera Ant. They knew the danger of Chimera Ants. They also understood that their numbers were dense and their teeth were sharp. However, they did not expect that they had already absorbed human genes and transformed into powerful human-like creatures. A giant green-haired spider with a human face, a snake-like curly hair with vertical pupils, the Queen's direct army that searched everywhere for food, and all kinds of appearances. People, aliens, with strange abilities. The Chimera Ant. After absorbing human genes, they had the brains of humans. They also learned the language of humans. Not only did they derive their own personalities, they even consciously imitated, learned, and thought. Through the memories of books, living people, and DNA. Their progress could be said to be at a tremendous pace. Even though their minds were still in the ignorant stage, they did not develop the ability of thought. But the innate aptitude given by the Darkness Continent was enough for them to run amok. The human world was to the Chimera Ant. It was like a candy house in a fairy tale. There was nothing that could not be eaten. There was nothing that could threaten their existence. It was as comfortable as a hotbed. The Queen's new nest had long been built. It was larger, more magnificent, and more sinister than the one built on the Darkness Continent. The villages and towns near the nest had been emptied, but the Queen's appetite was still growing, and her stomach was getting bigger and bigger. It was said that the Ant King that was about to be born would be the strongest in 100 years. For the sake of the Ant King, and even more for the Queen, the Chimera Ant's nest was heavily guarded. An exploding library had unfortunately barged into the wrong place at the wrong time and encountered a cat-and-mouse game of life and death. His teammates died tragically, and the enemy was strong. Exploding Library covered Ping Si's escape, but he stayed behind to cover the rear. Even if he knew that he was no match for Ping Si, that he would be defeated, and that he was about to die, he still gritted his teeth and held on to buy time for Ping Si. Unfortunately, he didn't know that after he was caught by the green-haired spiders and brought back to the ant nest, Ping Si, who had just run out of the edge of the forest, was shot dead by a chimeric ant that was playing with a pistol. Shot after shot, the girl was riddled with holes and badly mutilated. The chimeric ant tossed away its gun and squatted beside Ping Si's corpse. It extended its claws. It wanted to eat her up, leaving not a single bone, not a single residue. But in the blink of an eye, a sword light reaped its life. It felt a slight pain spreading from its neck to its entire body, and a sticky bluish-purple liquid flowed down. It maintained a posture of leaning forward, but found that its entire field of vision was gradually decreasing. With a thud, its vision flipped again, and it saw its headless body. Blood spurted out from the neck area. It was a magnificent sight. Separated by a layer of blood, a man and a woman walked together. The chimera ant had a tenacious vitality. Even if its head was separated from its body, it could still survive for a long time. Moreover, as long as its body was still active, it could heal itself by reconnecting the broken parts. It originally wanted to play dead to avoid the strong enemy, but unexpectedly, when the silver-haired man pulled out a long knife, he looked at it deeply. Then, there was no then. It was shocked to see the dead human resurrect. The next second, the head that was still alive was shattered by the whip of light, completely destroyed. Yi-Joseph took out dominating red dust from the backpack, carried Ping-Si to sit on it, and said, "Run straight to the east, this horse will lead you to my companions. Ping-Si, don't come back here again. If you die again, I won't be able to save you." Ping-Si nodded with tears in her eyes, holding the reins tightly. She took one last look at the forest, squeezed the horse's abdomen, and quickly left. Since staying here would only be a burden, she had to find her own position. In the situation where Exploding Library was caught, she was the only one who knew to what extent the chimera ant had evolved. She had to send out the news without leaving anything out. Not long after Ping-Si ran, she met Kate and the others. Their faces were very ugly, and there were still traces of battle on their bodies. Obviously, they had also encountered the chimera ant's predation. After meeting each other, Kate communicated with Ping-Si, and regretfully told her that they were attacked half an hour ago. They were fine, but their communication equipment was smashed into scrap metal, and they could no longer contact the Hunters Association. In desperation, they could only head deeper into the forest. Along the way, they killed everything in their way, annihilating more than 30 lone ants. If it wasn't for the commander-level chimera ant suddenly intervening in the battlefield, not only taking away the wounded, but also flapping its wings to fly into the sky, escaping the shooting range. Otherwise, none of them would have escaped. All the villages and towns in the depths of the forest have been eaten. Ping-Si said, in order to provide more food for the queen, their foraging range will radiate to the surroundings, and soon, they will eat the entire NGL. Exploding Library, in order to let me escape. Stayed behind. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm like a burden, I'm sorry. Ping-Si covered her face and sobbed. She was not a hunter, and did not have much ability to protect herself. Even if escaping was the only thing she could do, she would still feel ashamed and remorseful. Ping-Si's tears flowed down, and she rejected all consolation. She seemed to have thought of something, and mounted the horse, bidding farewell to the rest. I'm very weak, and it's not convenient for me to travel with you. I've decided to spread the news. Don't worry about me, I will definitely walk out of NGL alive. Ba Hongchen let out a long and loud cry, and rode on his light dust as fast as lightning. Demon horse Yanhui, who was following beside Illumi, sniffed with all its might, and finally pouted its mouth listlessly, looking at Ba Hongchen disappearing into the distance, a little sad. It had confirmed her aura, and she was not its destined horse sister. This was too much, such a beautiful horse was actually a male horse. Just like the black horse beside it, its facial features were exquisite and beautiful, but it was a male. Yanhui huffed and puffed, and followed behind the main group. In the end, as they walked, they met another ant that was courting death. Illumi's dark eyes glanced around, and Kate yawned. Although there were many ants, it was indeed not their turn to fight. Since that was the case, they would leave it to Shao Jia and Qi. Fat hot for giving thus, the black horse and the white horse stood together, and expressionlessly watched the two children jumping up and down in the ant pile. When Yanhui was hungry, he would step on a chimera ant to satisfy his hunger, and he became a real ant-eater. Qi's strength has improved, but his skills have deteriorated. Illumi criticized, Qi, we're the assassins who beat up our enemies. We're the hunters who hide in the dark. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Why do you want to fight the ants head-on? Are you crazy? Shao Jia's skills have improved, but his brain has deteriorated. Kate said venomously, Shao Jia, you are an enhancer, and you have great strength, and your body can take hits, but no matter how strong you are, you can't expose your entire back to the enemy. Do you think that you are invulnerable? Are you stupid? Go home and receive your punishment. Jia, start training again. The veins on the two children's foreheads bulged, and they turned around and shouted, shut up. Double the punishment. Jia, double the training. Jia xg. Old skeleton. Sure enough, the black and white double ghosts were the most annoying. Inside the chimera ant nest, the naked exploding Ku sat paralyzed on the stone bed. His eyes were blank and lifeless. His facial muscles twitched from time to time, and there seemed to be sparkling saliva overflowing from the corners of his lips. Two long metal sticks were stuck in the top of his head. A pair of hands with distinct joints held the metal stick, and gently moved it, stirring his brain. Tell me, meow, what is the strange ability of humans, meow? Short white wavy hair, golden cat eyes, a pair of snow-white cat ears, and a soft cat tail. It was a newly born chimera ant, one of the 3 direct guards of the Ant King, Nephi Pilot. Although it had a delicate and cute humanoid appearance and seemed to be a symbol of femininity. But in the current nest, except for the queen, the rest of the chimera ants were all male. Not long after Nephi Pilot was born, it understood that it was different from other chimera ants. It was born with great power, and it seemed that if it wanted to, it could destroy everything at will. It was eager to understand what it was, and its intuition told it that the short human in front of it must know. It's psyche. His brain was stimulated, and exploding Ku spat out the words mechanically, his fingers trembling unconsciously. Nephi Pilot continued to stir his brain. Psyche, what is it? Tell me, meow. Psyche is human life force. Exploding Ku intermittently explained what is psychic power, the classification of psychic power, the training of psychic power, and the distinguishing of psychic power in the water. Meow, I almost understand, meow. Nephi Pilot's voice was full of joy, like a cat that was being stroked. It happily pulled the long stick out of exploding Ku's brain, bringing with it blood and brain matter. Exploding Ku's brain violently shook twice, and instantly lost all signs of life. Master Nephi Pilot, this human. Give it to the queen to eat, meow, it's useless now, meow. Nephi Pilot swung its long tail and ordered, go find a glass of water and a leaf, meow, yes. Exploding Ku's body, which was still warm, was dragged away by the chimera ants and sent to a deeper part of the nest. The next second, Nephi Pilot suddenly turned its head, and a malicious thought suddenly burst out, like a tsunami, covering the entire nest. Then, its figure flashed and disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, it came to the edge of the nest, and a wave of crazy sword energy greeted it. Boom! Nephi Pilot jumped away from its original position, and with a few jumps, it pulled away from the enemy. He saw a man and a woman standing at the entrance, and beside them was a dark blue aura with some kind of mysterious pattern, spinning. What is that? Nephi Pilot suddenly attacked, and its sharp claws stabbed at Yijio's head. It didn't expect this human to look at it calmly, and it didn't even have the slightest intention of dodging. Meow. It's a little strange, why doesn't he dodge? Dong, then, a dull loud sound echoed in the forest, like the bell on the top of a temple, and the echo was endless. The Defense and Endurance of Mountain River version 3.0 was comparable to the Golden Bell Shield, and it might not be able to defend against the bombardment of Susanoo and Shattertooth, but it was more than enough to deal with a chimera ant. The fiercer the attack of Nephi Pilot was, the more miserable the ant was. Its claws were broken, its elbow was broken, its face was flattened, and even its nose was broken. It was said that cats were a kind of liquid, and this saying was also applicable to Nephi Pilot. Like water, it flowed down through the absolute defense of Mountain River, collapsed on the ground, and tightly covered its nose. TSK. This girl is a bit pitiful. She's actually having a nosebleed. Yijiosa thought heartlessly, and then pulled Saishomaru's fluffy tail, and dragged him deeper into the nest. Compared to fighting, the right thing to do was to find the exploding ant first. If you want to fight, you can fight. If you want to be eaten, you'll be gone. No matter how powerful Shattertooth and Heartstrings were, they couldn't restore a pile of meat to its original state. Meow, Nephi Pilot's crazy voice came from behind. It persistently attacked Mountain River again and again, and even when it was rebounded and bloody, it still didn't look back. Deep in the nest lay the queen who was about to give birth, and the Ant King whom it was loyal to for the rest of its life. These two humans were unimaginably powerful. If they were allowed to get close to the Ant King, then its king. Absolutely. They must not be allowed to get close. Nephi Pilot's psychic pressure and combat power increased steadily, and its attacks became faster and more violent. Its perseverance seemed to be working, and the halo of Mountain River dimmed slightly. Yijiosa decisively drew his sword, and used Mountain River again. Nephi Pilot was speechless. He didn't know that this was the difference between a RMB player and a normal player. He only felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, and he didn't know whether to spit it out or not. The group attack of a Lord of Six Harmonies swept in all directions. When the blue sword aura killed 1/3 of the ants, the intelligent chimera ant didn't attack rashly as expected. They were rooted to the ground, shivering. The instinct to protect the queen and the human nature of cherishing life were fighting each other in their minds, and they didn't know what to do. The two humans in front of them were too strong. Even the personal guard of the Ant King, Nephi Pilot, couldn't handle them. Who else could? What to do? What to do? Yijiosa killed until the ground was covered in bluish-purple blood. Perhaps because it had eaten too many humans, even the chimera ant had been infected with the bad habits of humans. When faced with a disaster, they all fled. A tiger-shaped chimera ant was ready to escape, a leopard-shaped chimera ant was waiting for an opportunity, and a chimera ant that looked like a thunderpulse was resisting tenaciously. But no matter how much resistance they put up, they couldn't stop the Pure Yang's 5-element square edge version 3.0, a large-scale group attack and control skill that could freeze the enemy in place for a long time. Amidst the chaos, Yijiosa broke into the queen's nest. With one glance, he saw a huge red stone bed, and an alien lying on it, the chimera ant queen. It was a 3-meter-tall giant ant with a swollen stomach, leaning against the stone bed. A human figure could be vaguely seen curled up in its abdomen. The Ant King. And in its mouth was a fresh severed arm. After 2 or 3 bites, it swallowed the bone and meat into its stomach. It seemed to be very hungry, and couldn't wait to scoop up the corpse beside it and chew on it. However, a sword slashed horizontally, directly cutting off its claw. Squeak dash, the queen let out a sharp squeak, as if it was screaming in pain. Yijiosa expressionlessly walked to its side and scooped up the corpse that was missing an arm. It didn't take long for the exploding kettle to die. Instead of resurrecting in the ant nest and having to worry about being killed again, it was better to put the corpse into the backpack, and save it after the mission was completed. Losing an arm was better than dying. Yijiosa flipped his hand and put the corpse into the backpack. Although he knew that the corpse could be revived, it was quite disgusting to put the corpse in the backpack. However, it was better to put it in the backpack than to carry it on his back. After cleaning up the exploding kettle, then next, Yijiosa raised his sword and aimed it at the Ant Queen's throat, about to stab it. Just then, his phone rang like a death warrant, vibrating crazily in his pocket. The ants couldn't run away, so he answered the phone first. However, he wasn't that stupid. The time he took to answer the phone was enough for the enemy to start the channeling bar. Didn't you see how many villains died because of the channeling bar? Ah pooey, he wasn't a villain. Thus, Yijiosa stabbed the ant queen with his sword, piercing its heart amidst the screams of the ants. Queen dash, the ants roared at the top of their lungs. Hello? Who is it? Oh, it's Master Bandit. Yes, what's wrong with me being in NGL? What, don't hurt the ants. Wait, you want the ant queen? Yijiosa was shocked. Master Bandit. Do you want it dead or alive? Alive. Uchiha Madara was full of energy. Yijiosa was speechless. I've gone overboard. Chapter 276. Aizen should be glad that it had found Uchiha Madara to cooperate with. It should be even more glad that Uchiha Madara had conveyed to Yijiosa, I need the Chimera Ant Queen, not Aizen needs the Chimera Ant Queen. In Yijiosa's inherent view, Uchiha Madara was a reliable person. Although he had an arrogant attitude and often looked down on people with his chin, he had a good character and spoke frankly. He never disdained using despicable tricks to achieve his goals. Even if he risked universal condemnation, he dared to openly fight against the world. Regardless of success or failure, he was worthy of the word hero. Therefore, even if Yijiosa did not have a good impression of the Chimera Ant, he would also spare the Ant Queen's life because of Uchiha Madara's request. He believed that Uchiha Madara was a reasonable person. Since the other party wanted the Chimera Ant, why not give it to him? This was not only for the sake of Uchiha Madara, but also because of Yijiosa's instinctive trust in him. On the other hand, if the one who made the request was Aizen. Jia-e. Luck. How can I be afraid of a small case of poison and confusion? How can I be afraid of a small case? How can I be afraid of a small case? Pull. Barium scratch. Not to mention handing over any instinctive trust, it was possible to drag it out and take a yin and yang photo. However, the person who wanted the Chimera Ant was Uchiha Madara. Yijiosa exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He raised his skill and cast Snowback Swaying to stabilize the Ant Queen situation. How straightforward his previous stab was, how depressed he was to save the Ant Queen now. To him, the Chimera Ant was no different from the alien, it was an invasive species that needed to be killed. Even if they had absorbed human DNA and evolved to look like humans, their essence was a real beast that fed on humans. Along the way, how many villages had been emptied, how many corpses had been suspended in the air, and how much land had been trampled on. He saw them all and remembered them in his heart. If the Chimera Ant was already like this in NGL, if it were to spread to densely populated areas, it would undoubtedly be an apocalyptic disaster. They were like people, but they were not people. They did not want to be people, but chose to eat people. Humans were to the Chimera Ant, just like cattle and sheep were to humans. They were part of the food that could be ingested. Who would treat their food equally and seek common ground while reserving differences? If the Chimera Ant was willing to give up on the human food and live as a human, accept ideas, and have a bottom line, there might be a chance for the two of them to get along. Perhaps after 100 years, the Chimera Ant would no longer be a Chimera Ant, but a human race with the title of Chimera. It was only because of their different bloodlines that they looked like animals. But the strange thing was that the Chimera Ant had encountered Yijiosa at the initial stage of its evolution, and Yijiosa's stance had always been to put people first. They did not have enough experience to enrich their thoughts, broaden their horizons, and gain knowledge. They did not have enough time to experience human life, to understand bonds and friendship. They did not even use their eyes, hands, or heart to measure the height and content of humans. The only thing they had was to obey the queen's orders, prey on delicious humans, and conquer all the land. The highly feudal and autocratic Ant King dynasty vs the socialist youth Yi-Josa was like a rookie that just left the novice village fighting against a max-level boss. Under the absolute suppression of force, the ants could not do anything to the humans. The position of the food chain seemed to have been reversed. The humans who were originally the food had become the masters, and the ants who were originally the hunters had become the bait. They could only watch as Yi-Josa stabbed the queen to the brink of death with one strike of his sword, and then waved his fan to barely hang on to his life. The ups and downs were like riding a roller coaster. Even his forehead was covered in cold sweat. They could feel Yi-Josa's real intention to kill the queen, but they did not understand why she did not do it. Instead, there was no need for instead, as long as the queen was alive, as long as she was alive. There was dead silence in the nest. The only sounds were the queen's weak moans, the Ant King's weak pulse, and one of the three guards, Nephi Pilot, limping closer. Not going to do it. Saishomaru glanced at the queen's belly and said calmly, I still can't do it. As he said this, Saishomaru slowly pulled out his sword. If you can't do it, then I. Saishomaru's gentleness had always been obscure and serious. He rarely spoke and only focused on action. If Yi-Josa was not decisive enough to kill, he did not mind killing her. After all, she was his woman. He looked forward to having his partner walk side by side with him, but he did not need his partner to have the same temperament as him. She could be soft-hearted, hesitant, and sympathetic, because he was already a mature demon who was ruthless, decisive, and cold. No need. Yi-Josa pressed his hand and put the half-drawn exploding tooth back into the scabbard inch by inch. Although Uchiha Madara asked for the Ant Queen, the decision is still in my hands. In the end, it was my own compromise. Let's keep it for now. Yi-Josa continued, no matter what the result is, I will bear it alone. Moreover, even he could not do it himself to cut the Ant Queen's belly. How could he let Saishomaru do it? Uchiha Madara wanted the Ant Queen, but he did not say that he wanted the Ant King. In other words, the unformed Ant King was something that was not needed, and could be completely excluded from the mission's goal. However, looking at the towering belly, the vaguely visible human shape, and the occasional swelling of the fetus, Yi-Josa felt that he could not do it. Saishomaru could indeed be ruthless, but why would he let him do such a thing for him? Yi-Josa could not bear to cut a humanoid Ant King that was still in its mother's womb, and he could not bear to let Saishomaru be stained with the blood of the mother and child. Saishomaru should hold the exploding tooth in his hand and live a bright life. He should bring hope to the world and be grateful, praised, and worshipped by others. In any case, he was the man he liked, so he should wear 100 layers of filters. As for the Ant King, based on this stalemate, the Ant King would be born sooner or later. Wait, the Ant King. The Ant King. An idea flashed through Yi-Josa's mind, and he felt that he had grasped a key point. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at the scarred Nephi Pilot. What is your name? Yi-Josa asked. Nephi Pilot. The strong had the right to know its name. Yi-Josa nodded and pointed at the Ant Queen's belly under Nephi Pilot's nervous gaze. To be able to weaken the defense of the mountain river, you are indeed very strong. Then let me ask you, are you stronger, or is the Ant King stronger? Nephi Pilot was an extremely intelligent ant. Even though it was just born, it had already learned how to think. Yi-Josa suddenly mentioned the Ant King. Before knowing whether she would harm the Ant King, Nephi Pilot tried to choose a compromise answer. The Ant King should be stronger. It emphasized the words should and some, hoping to pull Yi-Josa's hostility back to itself. The Ant King was still a fetus, and it had to do its best to protect it. Yijiosa rubbed his chin. No one knew what he was thinking. Kate said that the division commander, army commander, and ant soldiers were directly under the Ant Queen, and the guards were directly under the Ant King. In other words, the Ant Queen had absolute authority over the ants, and the Ant King had absolute control over the guards. The guards were only loyal to the Ant King, and the ants were only loyal to the Queen. If Uchiha Madara controlled the Ant Queen, it was equivalent to holding the lifeline of the ants. If he controlled the Ant King, it was equivalent to having a powerful army. Yijiosa suddenly understood why Uchiha Madara needed the Ant Queen. Could it be that he wanted to conquer the world? After a long time, he suddenly said to Saishomaru, "I want to do an experiment." He wanted to do an experiment to see how far these humanoid creatures could go for the sake of the ants after they were held by their throats. If they could really do anything for the Ant Queen and the Ant King, then the ants had no bottom line and had to be eliminated. There was no room for negotiation. If they learned to think for themselves and had a sense of appeal and resistance, it meant that the humanoid creatures that had absorbed human DNA were indeed getting closer to humans, or they could coexist or assimilate. However, this judgment was definitely not that simple. After all, the topic of human nature was complicated and could not be covered in a single sentence. Since he could not kill it and could not bear to kill it, he might as well take this opportunity to see if a creature like the chimera ant could become a real human. Saishomaru, can you help me dissolve a high concentration of ATPX 4869? Yijiosa smiled like an eel, opened his backpack, and took out a bottle of pure milk, signaling Saishomaru to dissolve the venom in it. Although he did not know what Yijiosa wanted to do, Saishomaru's intuition told him that it was not a good thing. However, he still took the milk, and the poison flower claw of the 400-year-old demon was forcibly generated into an ATPX producer. A moment later, under the shocked expression of Nephi Pilot, Yijiosa poured the poisoned milk into the Ant Queen's mouth. 5 minutes later, Yijiosa poured the second bottle, the third bottle, the fourth bottle. Half an hour passed, and the giant belly of the Ant Queen, which was as tall as a person, slowly deflated. It shrank, and shrank again, and finally stopped at the size of an ordinary person who had been pregnant for about 7 months. Nephi Pilot was on the verge of breaking down. Under the control of extreme emotions, because of its eagerness to cure the illness of the Queen and the Ant King, it actually derived its own telekinetic ability, Toy Fixer. Toy Fixer was a healing telekinetic ability that could materialize various medical tools to treat the wounded. In this way, it could repair damaged limbs and restore HP. However, ATPX 4869 was highly toxic to humans, but to non-humans, it was just a fun drug that could rejuvenate one's youth. It would not harm HP at all. Therefore, Nephi Pilot anxiously tried to save the Ant King and the Queen, but it could not find the cause of the problem. Even the Catwoman, who was as strong as the 3 guards, was about to cry at this moment because of Yijiosa's move. However, Yijiosa went even further. Your Queen and the Ant King are both poisoned. Without my antidote, only death awaits them. Nephi Pilot was so angry that it trembled, and the fur on its tail all stood up. What do you want? Tell me your conditions. I want you. Yijiosa said, from tonight on, you will no longer kill or eat humans. Recall all the ant soldiers, let me take the living people away, and bury all the stock, Yijiosa said word by word, actually, killing you is what I should do. So, you only have this one chance. After all, this is the only patience I can squeeze out for the alien race. Cherish it. Yijiosa stared at the Ant Queen's belly and decided to wait for Uchiha Madara's arrival. Anyway, as long as the poison of APTX 4869 was not cured, the ants would not dare to act rashly. Why should he stay in this fishy nest? Yijose came in openly and then left in a dignified manner. Before he left, he set fire to the kitchen of the ants and took away the few survivors. The honest NGL natives had long been scared out of their wits. Even though Yijose sent them out of the forest and across the grasslands to be guided, they did not feel safe at all. Yijose sighed and prepared to return. Little did he know that 18 hours after he left the nest, Kate and the others had actually found their way to the vicinity of the nest and were standing on the edge of death. At that time, the second bodyguard of the Ant King, Ojiapf, was born. If Nephi Pilot was said to be a mixture of cat and human characteristics, then Ojiapf was a mixture of fly, butterfly, and snake spirit artist genes. It had an extraordinarily handsome male face, a head full of bright golden hair, a tall and slender figure, and pale skin. Its eyes often carried malice, and its temperament was extremely melancholic. If not for the two antennae on its head and a pair of butterfly wings, it would really look like a prince in a fairy tale. However, no matter how handsome its appearance was, it could not hide the fact that it was a chimera ant. As one of the personal bodyguards of the king, upon hearing the terrifying news of the Ant King being poisoned, Ojiapf broke down in a matter of minutes. The temperament of a melancholic artistic youth and a delusional god-emperor was vividly displayed on its body. First, it screamed and complained about its dereliction of duty, causing the Ant King to encounter such a thing. Then, it became enraged and filled with killing intent. It decided to settle the score with the culprit. Ojiapf fully displayed its instincts as a chef king, completely shielding himself from Nephi Pilot's obstruction and advice. Without saying a word, it rushed out of the nest, prepared to battle with the air. In the end, not only did Kate and the others explode with anger, but they also encountered an enraged Ojiapf, followed closely by Nephi Pilot. Oh no! Illumi and Kate were shocked at the same time. This psychic pressure, this anger. Ah chi! Shaojia! They shouted, run! In the next second, Ojiapf and Nephi Pilot's malicious psychic pressure swept across the entire forest in an instant. Even though Nephi Pilot had not fully recovered from its injuries, it was born to be at the top of the food chain. How could it tolerate others' provocation? Yijose and Saishomaru could not defeat it, so they could only give up. However, their retreat did not mean that other psychic ability users could also bully the chimera, and Yijose only said that they could not hunt and kill humans, but he did not say that cutting off the limbs of their prey and letting them live was against the rules. So, none of the humans in front of them could escape. Chapter 277. Ojiapf, as a villain, it was necessary to be ruthless. Sinister and cunning were instinctive, and as venomous as a snake or scorpion was his nature. Even if he had a peerlessly handsome face, his inner core was still that of a genuine chimera ant. He was one of the king's 3 guards. Protecting the king, assisting the king, and dying for the king was his lifelong belief and persistence. The king was poisoned, the queen was dying, and the chimera ant was defeated. This kind of unbelievable thing entered his ears through Nephi Pilot's mouth. It was simply a complete insult to the chimera ant by humans. Ojiapf was paranoid and crazy, and his killing intent was twisted and heavy. He desperately wanted to take revenge on humans, using their flesh and blood to wash away the pain inflicted on the Ant King. If the Ant King was compared to an underage child, the king's 3 direct guards were equivalent to his parents. Nephi Pilot was the type of democratic parent who cared and respected the child's wishes. Ojiapf was the type of autocratic parent who spoiled and hoped that the child would develop in his own way. As for the 3rd guard, Upi, which was about to be born, he was the type of parent who indulged and did not care where the child developed. However, no matter what type of parent, when their child was still in the womb, they were bullied, they would naturally explode, they would chase after the perpetrator and beat him up, pulling out his tendons and peeling his skin. Nephi Pilot still had rationality to speak of. It understood that humans were not simple. The chimera ant had to learn to hide its strength and bide its time, but Ogiaph had no rationality to speak of. Its protective scales had been plucked, and it vowed to fight to the death with humans. Both of them were manipulation telekinesis ability users. Ogiaph almost instinctively stared at Illumi. Seeing that the Ant King could not pull back his teammate, Nephi Pilot was helpless, but it also joined the battle with strange thoughts. Ogiaph had already chosen its opponent, then it only needed to deal with this by Changji. Ha! What is that smell? It smells so good. Wait a minute, this human smells so good. Nephi Pilot's golden cat eyes widened as she stared at Kate. She was focused, serious, determined. And salivating. It smells so good. It smells good. I really want to hug it and take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. For some reason, Nephi Pilot believed that taking a sip was a supreme enjoyment, as if it had seen such a delicious taste in its distant memory. Yes. I really want it. Snatch him over, meow. Clang. Suddenly, the crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated through the forest. Ogiaph, who had gone berserk, and Illumi, who had activated her slaughtering mode, were engaged in a fierce battle. Within a short period of time, they exchanged hundreds of blows. It was so dazzling that no one could see what was happening clearly. Ogiaph's telekinesis had yet to be fully developed, while Illumi was an expert who had activated telekinesis for a long time. Even so, Ogiaph still relied on his excellent innate talent to fight Illumi to a draw. With a spray of blood, Illumi, who had activated her slaughtering mode, directly removed half of Ogiaph's wings. The price was that her shoulder blade was pierced by her opponent's sharp claws. Big brother. Liu. Waxel. Yu-chun. Forgive me for visiting Tan Kei, who had been born in the Jiao Jiao temple. Stupid. She actually didn't run. At this moment, when Illumi heard the stupid Odaodu call her big brother, it only felt impatient. It had only been a short time since they started fighting, but Illumi already understood that chimera ants were evolvers of the berserker faction. It was as if they had absorbed all kinds of high-quality DNA to evolve. The more Illumi fought them, the faster they learned and evolved. She knew very well that Ogiaph didn't know how to use harden and entangle when it attacked, but after they exchanged blows, it learned harden and entangle on its own. Now, Ogiaph had spread its wings on its own, as if it had mastered all the uses of telekinesis. What a terrifying talent and power of understanding. That was why Illumi wanted to remove half of Ogiaph's wings, even if it meant that her shoulder blade would be pierced. As a manipulation-type powerhouse, Illumi knew all too well what kind of fierce battle a manipulation-type psychic would be when they went berserk. Chi. Argon Panic. Cut Wave Chuan. Forgive V Huangyan. Blacksmith. Frequency Prize Thrush. Bind. Inscribed Black House. Withered Brimstone String Wash. Fold. These two chimera ant were too strong. In Illumi's eyes, although they were slightly weaker than his grandfather, Jiannuo, they seemed to be able to suppress his father, Shiba. Perhaps they wouldn't survive. For the first time, Killer Illumi felt that he was an idiot for entering NGL. He had lost all his money in this business. How stupid was he to leave with his stupid brother? Illumi was expressionless, but the wounds on his body were increasing. He held Ogiaph back, step by step. Sand and rocks flew, blood and flesh flew, as if two wild beasts were tearing at each other. Ogiaph wasn't having it easy either. After all, Black Enemy was a family of assassins with a deep history. Their life-saving skills and trump cards came one after another, each of them fatal. When it fought with Illumi, it was like a piece of dough, being sliced into pieces and thrown into the pot. Illumi only hoped for Chi. Jean-E of the Black Gorge. Jean-E of the White House. Jean-E of the White House. Jean-E of the White House. Knife inspection. Stir. Axe. Boom, a terrifying sound rang out. The control type had forcefully used the ultimate skills of the strengthening type and release type. The smell of blood permeated the air. However, the two of them in the fierce battle would never have thought that the battle on Nephi Pilot's side would take a strange turn. Nephi Pilot, whom they had placed high hopes on, had indeed chosen Kate, and had beaten Kate senseless. However, as the exercise intensified and sweat seeped out, the seductive fragrance became thicker and thicker, rapidly eroding what little was left of Nephi Pilot's rationality. Meow. Meow. Nephi Pilot's eyes were a little dazed, and he exerted more strength. In the end, using his strength and racial advantage, Nephi Pilot forcefully subdued Kate. He landed face down on the ground, then straddled his waist. Smells good. Smells good. Meow. Letting the cat fight with the catnip was too much for it. Nephi Pilot revealed an expression of ecstasy. He opened his mouth, revealed his sharp fangs, and inched closer to Kate's main artery. Kate's struggle was futile. He knew that he was going to die, so he could only yell at the two, "Run! Quick!" Once he was powerless, it would be Chi. Yi seed. Thin. Seeing that his companion was about to bleed again, Xiao Jie's dark aura became thicker and thicker. He almost couldn't help but rush forward, but in the next second, he saw the malicious Nephi Pilot gently lick Kate's neck. Kate froze, and his expression was slightly sluggish. Meow, Nephi Pilot obtained great satisfaction. His body and soul were both sublimated, and even his voice was filled with joy. "You are mine, meow," what a terrible line. Kate's face was already green. He thought of an impossible possibility, and he struggled violently. "Don't move, meow. If you move again, I'll eat you, meow." Nephi Pilot hugged the giant catnip, and happily smeared its saliva on Kate's face. Animals often like to leave scents and marks on their things. Nephi Pilot was the same. "Stop. Let go of me," Kate began to panic. "Chi. Chang Xianqi. Shao Jia." He didn't know why, but the word "run" made him want to stay even more. Meow, Nephi Pilot neatly peeled off Kate's clothes, smearing its saliva on him. If it couldn't be peeled off, it would bite. Poor Kate had been single for 25 years, and had never even touched the hands of a girl. This was the first time he was forcibly molested, and the other party wasn't even human. Knifeabito indeed had the appearance and body of a girl, but it was a chimera ant. The aesthetic standards of different races were very different. Kite was about to go crazy. He would rather Knifeabito just kill him than. Not like this. Fuck. Don't take off my pants. Stop. Stop, Chi. Shao Jia. They stood stiffly on the spot, completely unsure of how to react. The development of the situation was like a wild horse with a prolapsed anus, galloping endlessly on the prairie. However, the most ridiculous development was yet to come. Kate was about to lose his chastity, and the pervert who was even more shameless than Nephi Pilot, Sisso, unexpectedly descended from the sky. After not seeing him for a long time, Sisso had lost a lot of weight, but his perverted aura seemed to be even more intense. He was still wearing the clown suit, holding the poker cards, but the red torch head looked a little strange. It looked like a wig. Sisso was like a hungry ghost that hadn't eaten for months. He stared at Nephi Pilot with glowing eyes, and his whole body trembled. 120 points. Delicious Big Apple. Oh. This meandering "oh" laid the foundation for the battle between Sisso and Nephi Pilot. Sisso had finally obtained Psychic, and he was even brought out by Uchiha Madara for a stroll. He wouldn't be able to rest in peace if he didn't fight an earth-shattering battle. On the other side, Ogiap didn't wait for Nephi Pilot. Instead, he waited for a huge, 70 to 80 meter tall blue giant that reached the clouds. Ogiap. The blue giant raised its hand and slammed it down heavily. Ogiap narrowly avoided it. He spread his broken wings and flew here and there, his face full of horror. Uchiha Madara clicked his tongue lightly. Looking at the little fly flying in the air, Susanoo raised his hand and slapped it. He didn't expect it to be so agile. If only he had a fly swatter. That was what Uchiha Madara thought. Yijiosa originally planned to meet up with Kate and Illumi. Unexpectedly, just as he sent the survivors out of NGL, he saw a group of gangsters from the 70s and 80s coming from the entrance, boss Uchiha Madara, underlings of the Phantom Squadron, and a dog. Seeing Yijiosa alive, Kulualua's mood improved a few degrees. It was as if he could already see himself transforming into a human and advancing and retreating together with his teammates. However, Yijiosa just glanced at him and pouted, "You've been raised fat." Kuluoluo. No, it was swollen from being beaten up by Uchiha Madara. It was because of the emoji pack. It was not the side effect of eating too much dog food. But he didn't have the chance to defend himself. Yijiosa told Uchiha Madara the location of his lair and asked him to take care of Illumi and the rest along the way. Uchiha Madara had met Illumi before. Naturally, he remembered the young man who looked like Uchiha, black hair, cat eyes, and a cold face. Helping Illumi was not a big deal. The Chimera Ant Queen was seriously injured by me. I advise you not to move her for the time being. Yijiosa said. Since you're here, I'll leave my teammates to you. I have something else to do now. Something else? Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows. It was rare for Yijiosa to look so serious. I'm planning to seal NGL. Yijiosa said. Mr. Spot, I don't object to you wanting the Chimera Ant Queen, but don't bring it out of NGL. Is that alright? Uchiha Madara was in a difficult position. This was a delivery. But the one who spoke was the child he had watched grow up. He didn't have a child of his own in this life. Indeed, compared to Yijiosa, Aizen was better off being a fart. Why seal NGL? Uchiha Madara was confused. To invite them into the trap. Yijiosa's eyes were deep. I still remember that guy who injured Saishomaru. Since we're keeping the Chimera Ant, it would be a waste not to use it. Just like how Saishomaru had always wanted to kill Hebrew with his own hands, Yijiosa had always remembered him. He was a powerful raider, and one of his abilities was to control beasts. He had seen him release the four sacred beasts with his own eyes, and he had also seen the four sacred beasts fall under Susanu's blade. It could be said that the raider type of beast tamer, although they couldn't do anything to Uchiha Madara, they had a certain restraining effect on Saishomaru. However, in the previous battle, Hebrew had lost a large number of his beast army, and his military strength was severely lacking. As long as he was still a beast tamer, he would definitely think of ways to reorganize his army. Since that was the case, the Chimera Ant might be one of the species he wanted to collect. Even if Hebrew didn't like the Chimera Ant, Yijiosa had ways to make him remember it. Wasn't there no lack of public opinion and hype in every world? Yijiosa's ability to stir up trouble wasn't inferior to Aizen's at all, and whenever he was stirred up, he would be able to control the entire world. President Nitro couldn't take charge for the time being, and Parstun was seriously injured and hospitalized, so Kimimaro had unknowingly become the leader of the Hunters Association. It wasn't until Yijiosa picked up the communication device that he learned from Kimimaro that the world had changed the moment President Nitro was pregnant. After the death of the 10 old men, 9 Orchid Flower took charge of the underworld, Parstun was hospitalized, and Kimimaro took over his power. Aizen took over the Sky Arena, and began to get in touch with the politicians of the Republic of Bartogia. Even dedicated Jin had returned to Meteor Street and formed his own team. Yijiosa originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort, but he didn't expect that all his connections and forces would be activated at high speed just by making a request. It was unbelievably smooth. It was also at this moment that Yijiosa finally realized just how terrifying of a tycoon the hearts of the group of dogs he had once reared were. Able to summon clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another. He had only been in this world for a year, and in just a year, the military, political, and business worlds had all been destroyed by them. The key was that he didn't notice it at all. Yijiosa. OTZ. This was probably the difference between a mortal and a tycoon, right? Compared to the footsteps of the Inuchi group conquering the world, his sealing of NGL seemed insignificant. He still remembered the way Kimimaro smiled when he said that he wanted to seal NGL in a negotiating tone. Sir, this isn't a difficult matter. I hope you have fun. It was as easy as giving a toy to a child. It was also indirectly telling him that with the strength of the Inuchi group, they didn't need to worry about the Chimera Ant. Sir, even if you didn't mention it, NGL would still be sealed. Kimimaro's voice was gentle and full of patience. The Hunters Association and the upper echelons of the political world originally wanted to hide the news of the Chimera Ant, but this plan was aborted. Aizen and 9 Orchid Flower planned to spread the news and use the name of the Chimera Ant to organize a team to head to the Dark Continent and contain the source of the disaster. The Chimera Ant is the paver. And Beast Tamer Hebrew would be the first sacrifice of the war. All the chess pieces were on the chessboard. All they needed to wait for was a signal and an opportunity. Yijiosa put away his communication device and put away his unnecessary worries. He and Saishomaru remained at the NGL border, setting up layers of barriers, while Uchiha Madara brought the spiders deep into the forest to look for the Ant King. By the stream and the fruit tree, Alumi expressionlessly bandaged her wounds. Li Shu stepped on Fai Chu plate. Stretcher. Chen Pingjing was furious at the Mikkei faction. Bastard with evil intentions. Now Tiao, the heavily injured Siso, laid on the ground like a corpse. The virtuous vigilante started a fire to cook, and the irascible flying tank went out to hunt. Ojiap was barely breathing, and the Nephi pilot, whose limbs were broken, struggled to get closer to Kate. Meow. Meow. It was persistent. Kate was speechless. I have no love for cats in this life, although Kate knew very well that if he had not gradually been infected with catnip scent, causing Nephi pilot to lose control, he would have been a corpse by now. However, knowing was one thing, and accepting it was another. Whenever he thought of Yijiosa's comment that fate is against the cat, Kate really felt that it was too accurate. Wasn't he the cat that was against the cat? What do we do with these? Fangs pointed at Ojiap and Nephi pilot, and asked, food? No, these are Siso's toys. Little D pushed up her glasses and said, Siso said that these two are big apples that are worth 120 points, and are more delicious than Captain's and Lil Yi's. We must keep them for him, and he will not forgive anyone who touches them. Everyone. The world of perverts is indeed unreasonable. What about the rest of the chimeric ants? Uchiha Madara is sifting through the nest, Kubai said. Some of them are the queen's food, and some of them are integrated into the ant army. His red eyes control the entire nest. Now, Uchiha Madara's orders are the highest orders of the chimera ant. What is he trying to do? Franklin asked in a low voice. Because the customer who placed an order of 300 million heard that NGL was blocked and could not bring out the Ant King, so he could only settle for the next best thing, and asked the Ant King to take care of it. The spiders. In other words, that person is busy taking care of the child now. Ojiapf cried bitterly. Its king. Its king was being taken care of by a human. No. It could not accept this. However, its cries were of no use. When Uchiha Madara stepped into the ant nest, one of the Ant King's 3 guards, UPI, was also born. UPI was a chimeric ant with the genes of a magical beast and a human. It was tall and strong, simple-minded, but in terms of physical strength, it was the strongest among the 3 guards. However, this strongest was easily taken care of by Uchiha Madara. He stepped on its face and rubbed it against the ground. UPI. What did I do wrong? I'm just a newborn baby at this moment. Uchiha Madara suddenly sensed the Ant Queen's painful wails. He kicked UPI away and went to check on the queen's condition. He saw its belly bulging and moving. The little thing inside seemed to want to come out. However, it did not take long for the little thing to give up on this idea and quietly curled up in its belly. Uchiha Madara vaguely felt that the Ant King's instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages was very strong. Even if it was still a fetus that was not even a month old, it had excellent talent. However, if the Ant King did not give birth after sucking the lives of countless people, he would doubt Aizen's judgment. The Ant King that Aizen repeatedly talked about should grow into the weapon he wanted. If the Ant King could not do this, he would personally end it. Uchiha Madara came and went like the wind. After confirming that there was no movement in the Ant Queen's belly, he carried UPI out of the nest. At the same time, Meluhim, who was soaking in the amniotic fluid, trembled and opened his eyes covered with a layer of mucous membrane. The world was blurry, the rich nutrition was thick, and the warmth was within reach. Where was this? Where was this? Wait, this smell. Was it the mother's body? Then, where was the wheat? Meluhim, also known as the Boy Scout with a green helmet, was the king of the Chimera ant, a premature baby that was not even a month old, and the strongest telekinesis ability user in the human world. He tore apart the queen as soon as he was born, slaughtered the regiment commander with a flick of his tail, and set off countless bloodshed along the way. However, after taking over the palace of Dongwochuo, he encountered the trouble of puberty, wheat. In fact, this was just a short story about different species wanting to fall in love. In fact, this was just an inspirational article about human girls saving the world. In fact, this was just a drama about not loving the country but loving the army. In fact, it was precisely because of the difference in species that Meluhim and Romeo and Juliet ended up dying for each other. Because of the difference in species, both sides used rose bombs and meticulous calculations. After several delays, Meluhim achieved the ending of Romeo and Juliet both die for love. Wheat taught Meluhim about the pureness and kindness of humans, while Nitro taught Meluhim about the malice and cruelty of humans. Meluhim did have the ambition to rule the world, but compared to this ambition, he wanted to live according to his own wishes. Wheat, on the other hand, was his wish. Therefore, when the remaining toxins from the rose bombs took effect, his body was slowly deteriorating. He did not take revenge on humans while he was still alive. Instead, he chose to look for wheat, to find his own light. He had no regrets if he died in battle, he was willing to die beside wheat. Meluhim still remembered the last warmth he felt in his life. Wheat's fingertips stroked his face and said to him, "Good night, Meluhim. I'll be accompanying you soon." That was the most touching vow that Meluhim had ever heard in his short life. Unfortunately, his life had come to an end, and all the sounds in the world were fading away. Unexpectedly, after going through the long darkness and feeling the bright light, he was fortunate enough to return to the starting point. He was Melohim, the king of Chimera Ant, and he was going to look for wheat. What did it mean to start over? It meant that there was still room for negotiation between humans and Chimera Ant. It meant that he and wheat would not walk into a dead end again. Although Chimera Ant was powerful, it still had a long way to go before it could compare to the good and evil of humans. Melohim made up his mind to stay in his mother's womb. He did not want to be a premature baby again. It was just that. The nest of the Chimera Ants was a little too quiet. The guy who left earlier had a strong aura. Who was he? UPI. However, this was not something he should be concerned about. The king's 3 bodyguards would deal with all threats. As long as he was born at full term, it would be fine. Melohim blew bubbles in the amniotic fluid, but after a while, he was shocked. He could not help but look at his hand through the thin mucous membrane. After a long time, he was completely sure his body had shrunk. What was going on? When Yijiosa and Saishomaru finished setting up the barrier, under Uchiha Madara's screening, only 1% of the ants were left alive. The survivors of NGL had all evacuated. Within the entire country, there were only Chimera Ants and some people left. In order to survive under the hands of Uchiha Madara, Nephi Pilot had even learned to fish in the sea. Just when Ojiap was sucking the nectar in despair, the queen in the nest suddenly let out a sharp screech. In the next second, all the Chimera Ant quickly approached the nest, their faces filled with fear. Chapter 278. In order to give birth to the strongest ant king in history, the Chimera Ant Queen almost drained all her blood and strength. When the full-term child left the abdominal cavity, even though the queen was at the end of her life, it was as if she had completed her highest mission. She laughed happily, and her extremely happy sound waves echoed inside and outside the ant nest. After hundreds of years, the Chimera Ant finally welcomed the birth of a new ant king. Its child was a healthy and strong king, a hunter born to stand at the top of the food chain, a conqueror who would dominate the world sooner or later, even if it did not have the chance to see that day. But as a mother, it was still proud of its child. Melohim. The queen extended her claws towards the newborn green creature. You are the light of the world. My child. Your name is Melohim. Melohim tore apart the blood film wrapped around his body. Time turned, and he saw his biological mother again. Unlike his previous life, when he tore apart the Queen***'s abdominal cavity and forced himself to be born, the current Melohim was peaceful and calm. He did not reject his biological mother***'s touch. Even if the touch was not gentle, it was even a little painful. But it made Melohim suddenly realize. What was the weight of the word /mother/? The queen could have survived. But in order to give him supreme talent and martial strength, she actually used herself as nourishment to provide for him. Melohim could feel the fullness and saturation of every cell in his body, tenacity and strength, and a mind and strength that was even more domineering than in his previous life. And all these gifts and giving, all came from the /mother/ that he had completely disregarded and even deeply hurt in his previous life. Suddenly, it was as if a missing corner of his heart had suddenly been filled. Melohim gently held the Queen***'s claws and sat beside the queen in a protective posture, quietly watching her die without regret. Good night, mother. The Chimera Ant Queen lost her breath and lay motionless on the stone bed. A sorrowful wail came from the direct subordinates guarding on the side, but the 3 direct guards of the Ant King were indifferent. The death of the queen marked the end of the Chimera Ant. The birth of the Ant King marked the beginning of a legend. The end and rebirth of chimeric ants were connected head to tail. The queen symbolized reproduction and reproduction, while the Ant King symbolized war and glory. With the Ant King, the Chimera race would truly possess supreme martial strength and a king. It would only be a matter of time before they set off a storm across the entire world. King. Ogiap could be said to be excited, but when it saw the Ant King's petite body, its expression slightly twisted. Yes, petite. The newborn Ant King, who had absorbed the ATPX 4869, did not have the size of an adult like the three guards when he was born. Instead, he was just a baby that was 50 centimeters long and had a cute smell all over his body. A round dark green steel helmet, round purplish red eyes, a round grass-green face, and a restless tail that swayed back and forth. Even his serious expression revealed a feeling of pretending to be strong. Ogiap felt extreme heartache. It only felt that humans were too hateful. Its king was so small when it was just born. It must have not eaten enough nutrition in its mother/s womb. Even the king could not be fed. This was the biggest dereliction of duty as a guard. King. Ogiap cried in sorrow, tears of blood in its voice. King. Melahim glanced at it and ignored it. Ogiap/s loyalty to him could be seen by the sun and moon, but its nervousness and suspicion increased in proportion to its loyalty. Needless to say, Pov had already acted up. As for Pov, who was acting up? As a normal ant in all aspects, Melahim did not want to play with a pervert. He decided to leave Pov alone until it drained its brain. Nephi Pilot. In comparison, the cat-girl Nephi Pilot was much less worrisome. King. Nephi Pilot did not ask why the Ant King knew its name, but as the first guard summoned by the king, it was extremely happy. Tell me, why are there so many humans in the nest? Melahim opened his sphere and clearly felt that there was a group of powerful humans not far from the delivery room. What was going on? If he remembered correctly, when he was born in his previous life, there were no living people within 100 miles. But now, where did it go wrong? Nephi Pilot/s cat face was a little twisted. King. It/s like this. And so, Nephi Pilot told the Ant King everything that the female demon Yijiosa, the black warrior Saishomaru, and the great demon king Uchiha Madara had done. It had wanted to exaggerate the bitterness of the ant/s life, but compared to the petite king and the powerful Susanoo, Nephi Pilot could only swallow the bitter pill and try to tactfully hint to the Ant King not to go against these people. Yijiosa, Saishomaru, Uchiha Madara. One after another, the names of powerful people that had never appeared in his previous life were mentioned. Melahim had fought President Nitro once, and although he defeated him with an overwhelming advantage, he had to admit that the weak and powerless humans in his impression were indeed extremely powerful. Even though he had died to the malice and backstabbing of humans in his previous life, he still acknowledged and valued Nitro quite a bit. Because of this, Melahim's definition of humans was no longer as simple as food. And the powerful humans deserved to be treated equally. He was willing to meet the powerful humans apart from Nitro. He really wanted to know if the human race was worthy of the Chimera Ant's recognition, or even integration. But before Melahim could say, "Take me to them," the powerful humans that Nephi Pilot mentioned had already arrived. In just a moment, Melahim felt a chill crawling up his spine. As if he had met his natural enemy, he instinctively raised his guard. The combination of two men and one woman, each of their psyche and ki at their peak, gave him a sense of oppression that was as deep as the sea. He had thought that Nitro was the strongest among the humans, but he did not expect that there would always be someone stronger than him. The three humans in front of him were so much stronger than Nitro that it was as if they had reached a whole new level. It made his hair stand on end. Meluhim didn't know that Yijiosa was a protector and the representative of an over-god. As for Saishomaru and Uchiha Madara, they were the most powerful beings in their respective planes, and were indeed existences that he couldn't fight against right now. The Ant King couldn't help but fall silent, waiting for the newcomers to speak first and state their conditions. The Chimera Ant was the loser, and the humans were the victors. As long as their appetites weren't too big, Meluhim didn't mind using a different method to interact with humans. After all, although his current appearance wasn't mighty enough, it was surprisingly suitable for numbing human senses. Who would be on guard against a newborn baby? Just as Meluhim expected, the newcomers were indeed not on guard against him. But what about the appearance of one of them? The beautiful woman was too careless. Without a word, she stepped in front of him, reached out, and picked him up. Alarmed, Meluhim subconsciously whipped her hand with his tail. Meluhim knew that he was in trouble after that. A casual wave of his tail could shatter giant rocks, not to mention a human's slender wrist. If he whipped his tail, the woman might mistakenly think that he was attacking, and a fight might break out. But it was too late to stop now. He was aggressive to begin with, and there was no way he would allow an unfamiliar aura to get close to him. It didn't matter if he whipped or not. Paw! The miraculous thing was that when the tail struck down, it seemed to hit a layer of cover. A layer of blue ripples visible to the naked eye appeared on the water-like power, and the ripples spread out. Yo! You're so cute, but your temper is quite bad. Yijiosa and Meluhim stared at each other. Under the little ant's confused gaze, Yijiosa subconsciously weighed it. This weight. You're the strongest I've ever seen. It was heavy. Although it was an infant, it was at least 15 kilograms. To be honest, Yijiosa was quite fond of this green-colored ant cub. Its skin color was indeed a bit strange, but it was also very cute. Moreover, a newborn ant king had the ability to control the 3 guards. It seemed that as long as it existed, the ant colony would obey its orders. If he could raise it like a human. If he could really teach it, Yijiosa wouldn't mind spending a bit more effort. Under Meluhim's gaze, Yijiosa said, "Do you want to join us?" Ant King. Although it seemed like a question, Yijiosa and the Ant King both understood that the Chimera Ant had no way of resisting. His question was just to save the Ant King's face. Rather than being forced to join the humans, it was better for the Ant King to personally give the order to cooperate with the humans. This way, in the eyes of the 3 guards and the ant colony, the Ant King would still have the highest right to speak and supreme dignity. Look, even the human who had forced them to rub the floor was now negotiating with it in a polite manner, giving it face. Unfortunately, Meluhim was an honest young man. If he was inferior, then he was inferior. He didn't need a fig leaf. I don't have the right to refuse. Meluhim was unusually serious, but his voice was childish. You are very strong. I may be able to reach this height in the future, but I am not your opponent now. Articulate, organized, honest, and proactive, Yijiosa labeled the Ant King. Even if this little ant called himself I, he definitely had the right to call himself I. He gave the Ant King a way out, but this child didn't seem to need a way out. He recognized the truth, and at the same time, he made the entire Chimera Ant tribe recognize the truth. Just this temperament alone was enough to make Yijiosa raise his eyebrows. At this moment, the atmosphere in the ant nest became even more solemn and sorrowful, but Meluhim didn't take it to heart. The woman who was carrying him suddenly smiled. I'm a little looking forward to your growth. Becoming a humanoid creature is your fortune, but also your misfortune. Yijiosa looked at him and solemnly said, humans are an extremely tolerant race. If you can truly become humans, we won't reject outsiders from entering. But if in the end, the Chimera Ant still can't get rid of its bestial nature, I hope that you will return to the Dark Continent on your own and never come back. Because if they returned, it would definitely be a battle to the death. If you are too dangerous, then, it would be more suitable for you to die. Melohim understood what Yi-Josa meant. Although his previous life was short, his experience of ups and downs was enough. When Melohim thought about problems now, he wouldn't be limited to a narrow view. After seeing the purest good and the strongest evil, the only thing that could influence him was his own will. He was a ferocious beast, and wheat was a shackle. He was willing to wear the shackle and become a ferocious beast for the other party alone. Although the tribe was important, becoming a king was his instinct. However, he didn't want to hurt the innocent wheat again, nor did he want to be involved in the whirlpool of a war between races. Since there was a way to compromise, why wouldn't he do it? The chimera ant's diet wasn't limited to humans. There were plenty of substitutable food in the world, so why should he drag his entire tribe into a fight with humans until both sides suffered? There were many ways to become a king, so why should he choose the most arduous path? Melohim answered directly, if humans are worth looking forward to, then I will consider it. Yi-Josa and the others were shocked. There was actually such a transparent ant in the world. King Ojiap screamed. He listened to the Ant King's words in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the Ant King wanted to coexist with humans. Humans were food. Food. Ojiap's eyes widened as he watched Yi-Josa raise his supreme king high. I've decided to teach you personally for a period of time. You are smarter than I expected. Let me give you a name. Yi-Josa smiled like an eel. Since your attitude towards humans is so good, I'll call you Amicable. Amicable. It was a familiar style, a familiar taste. Saishomaru didn't object, and Uchiha Madara didn't want to get involved. Yi-Josa always had a strange quality that attracted world bosses, and the Ant King was a qualified guy. Anyway, the Inuchi group had all kinds of magical creatures, so a chimera ant wouldn't make much of a difference. However, Yi-Josa wanted to teach it personally. Teach it personally. To be honest, it wasn't just Uchiha Madara, even Saishomaru questioned Yi-Josa's ability to teach children. There weren't many ants left after Uchiha Madara's screening. Other than the Ant King's 3 bodyguards and the division commander, Kuroto, the rest were little guys who didn't have high combat power but had a good character. For example, the knowledgeable penguin, the self-abased octopus, the invisible chameleon, the ant girl with rabbit ears, and the wolf who thought too much during the sage's time every day. The more he interacted with them, the more he felt that they weren't like ants, but more like humans. And some of the chimera ants did remember their memories as humans. The chimera ant queen ate humans and gave birth to a new generation of chimera ants. Little did they know that this new life was like a reincarnation for some humans. Although they had become ants, they still retained their memories as humans, and as time passed, they could remember more and more. A pink koala said that he was an assassin when he was alive, the overthinking wolf said that he was a mercenary when he was alive, and the calm Kuroto told them that he was a little boy when he was alive, and his wish was to protect his sister and mother. Uchiha Madara threw some dry wood into the bonfire, looked at the burning fire, and turned to Vigilante beside him. Where's the Ant King? Where are the other spiders? The Ant King was taken away by Yi-Josa, Vigilante said. Nephi Pilot chased after Kate. You know, it's very attached to Kate. Uchiha Madara was speechless. What an idiotic cat. Wajin went to fight with the UPI, and the others are watching. As for Ojiap, after hearing that Yi-Josa fed milk powder to the Ant King, he squatted in the bushes and cried for the whole afternoon. I don't know if he's done crying. Uchiha Madara was speechless. What an idiot. By the way, Vigilante had a curious look on his face. I just want to ask, do ants really eat milk powder? Uchiha Madara was speechless. The weather was getting cold, and Vigilante was itching for a beating. Joseph felt that raising a dog was a technical job, and raising a child was a troublesome job. He understood the logic. The Ant King looked easy to talk to, but in fact, he was hard to please. For example, friendly, you've just been born, do you need diapers? Joseph took out a dozen diapers, but Meluhim firmly refused. Not only that, the Ant King's tail also whipped the diapers all over the ground. Joseph was speechless. Mild fading. JPG, friendly, you must be hungry, come and have some milk powder. Joseph brewed 3 different flavors of milk powder, hot, warm, and cold, and placed the bottle next to Meluhim. Drink more, you'll grow. The Ant King swung his tail irritably, whipped the bottle away, and said he wanted meat. In the end, he ate the whole cow with a disgusted expression. Joseph was speechless. Mild fading. JPG, friendly, it's bedtime, let me tell you a few bedtime stories. Joseph took out Grimm's fairy tales, Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, and Aesop's fables, determined to instill the concept of truth, kindness, and beauty in the Ant King, and cultivate the Ant King's character. Unexpectedly, before the story of The 3 Little Pigs was finished, the Ant King expressed that he was hungry and wanted to eat pork. Joseph was speechless. Mild fading. JPG, friendly, let's play a game. How about chess? Joseph laid out Chinese chess and weiqi. Let me tell you, this is the chess and weiqi of a mysterious country in the East. The rules are like this. Do you understand? Ah. I understand. Joseph felt that Friendly was really a genius. No regrets, don't cry when you lose. I used to participate in a competition in school, and I even won the 3rd prize. Before he finished speaking, Meluhim's question mark had already replaced Joseph's handsome. Checkmate, you lost. Meluhim looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you really know how to play chess? Sure enough, no one could compare to Wheat. She was the woman he had never won a game against in his life. Joseph was speechless. Joseph took a deep breath and maintained his smile. This chess doesn't reflect the level of the mysterious country in the East. Let me tell you, if you want to play, you must play weiqi. This game has been passed down for thousands of years, and there are many tricks in it. I also learned for more than half a year before I finally got more than 20 points from my dad. I'm not bragging, but my dad is really good at weiqi. He used to participate in the national. Ah. Meluhim had set up a trap and bit Joseph's dragon into pieces, encircling it until not even a speck was left. Do you really know how to play weiqi? Meluhim pointed at the chessboard. It's almost effortless to deal with you. Joseph took a deep breath to show that he didn't want to argue with a baby. TSK, friendly. If I had to say, you are too inexperienced. Let me tell you, the best game in the world is not weiqi, but aeroplane chess. Joseph swore that he would definitely win this round. He quickly spent a minute to purchase a set of aeroplane chess from the merchant shop and placed it in front of Meluhim. The items from the merchant shop were definitely the best, and there were even a few dice. Joseph briefly explained the rules to the Ant King and generously told Meluhim, you can roll the dice first. After all, this is your first time playing. Don't say that I'm bullying you. If you roll a 6, you can still roll it again. Then, Joseph watched with a wooden face as Meluhim rolled a 6 again and again. 10 minutes later, Melohim's blue and green chess pieces all returned to their positions, while Yijosa's red and yellow chess pieces didn't move at all. Yijosa's hand trembled as he pointed at the dice. You cheated. Melohim didn't say anything. He just grabbed all the scattered dice and shook them in the palm of his hand. He threw the dice in front of Yijosa. They spun, and spun again, and each one stopped on a 6. A natural king of gamblers. Yijosa was speechless. Aeroplane chess without any technical content. Melohim commented. As long as you master the dice, you master the game. You leave victory to the dice and luck. As a human, you are really naive. Yijosa inhaled, exhaled, exhaled. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with this little ant. So, Yijosa brought Melohim to play poker with Siso. In order to bully the ant, he even dug out the depressed Ojiap from the bushes and told it that the Ant King needed it. No matter what, he had to add a useless teammate to the friendly team. As soon as Ojiap heard that it was needed by the king, it immediately joined the double buckler team. However, even if Siso had the illusion of being frivolous, it couldn't stop Melohim from having the strongest brain. The Ant King had memorized all the cards that everyone had played, exposed Siso's cheating on the spot, and won steadily. Ojiap raised his eyebrows and exhaled. As expected of the king. Yijosa x Siso. The face of humanity had been completely lost by the two of them. Finally, as Yijosa's face darkened, Melohim said to her as if it was a gift, "Let's continue. What other games do you have? Bring them all to me. I can continue playing with you for a while. Playing with you for a while. Playing with you for a while." Yijosa suddenly understood what the Ant King meant. From the beginning to the end, it wasn't him who was playing with it, but the Ant King who was playing with him. Yijosa had enough of this condescending expression of looking down on a retard and tolerating retards. Do you think I will admit defeat so easily? Ant King. I will now let you feel the essence of humanity's strongest game for thousands of years, the most amazing game in history, Mahjong. Absolutely, absolutely. I won't let you win another game. Yijosa brought along the Ant King, pulled over the smart vigilante, the awesome Sharingan Uchiha Madara, and Illumi, who was the best at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, and told them about this unique war of races that concerned the face of humanity. Uchiha Madara x Illumi. You're really great. 3 people and an ant climbed onto the mahjong table. Although they were novices, their brains were very good. After a few rounds of friendly games, they gradually learned the rules of the game and even had a different taste in the game. To be honest, mahjong was really fun, and it was easy to get addicted to it. As a result, the game became more and more intense and dazzling. Vigilante and Illumi cooperated with Uchiha Madara to play. They won the first few rounds, but in the last few rounds, they lost the whole door and face. Melohim pushed away the tiles and said, "All the same, win." What a ruthless and unreasonable world. Did their brains grow on the heads of ants? Ojiap was so excited that he cried, as expected of the king. You are indeed worthy of being my king. The humans. Chapter 279. Melohim's birth was built on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, forged in the midst of murderous sins, but it was undeniable he, who had condensed the genetic essence of tens of millions of people, was indeed qualified to be called the most perfect humanoid weapon. Whether it was his brain, wisdom, comprehension, or talent, it was as if he had turned on a cheat, shocking people. He was like a sponge, absorbing all the knowledge that he could come into contact with. The more he was in hell mode, the higher his fighting spirit. Whether it was mathematics, biochemistry, literature, history, martial arts, or telekinesis cultivation. No matter how harsh the environment was, it could not stop Meluhim's self-evolution. From puzzle board games to the 9-chain Rubik's Cube Tower, from fairy tales to political chronicles, from 4-panel comic books to the Emperor's thick black theory. Meluhim's interests and hobbies were as sharp as his entire ant, unrestrained. He was really too smart. Even if it was a concept that had been mentioned in a few words in the book, he could deduce several different development trends. He could even combine the theory with the reverse deduction, and he could even find the flaws and inconsistencies in the concept. As time went by, the questions raised by Meluhim were getting more and more difficult to answer, to the point that in the end, even Yijiosa, who had the highest education in this group, could not give a reasonable explanation. Helpless, Yijiosa could only provide Meluhim with a lot of books, allowing him to learn by himself. Meanwhile, Meluhim was immersed in the mountains of books and the sea of questions, hungrily looking for what he wanted. Not long after, he burrowed into the vast sea of clinical medical knowledge, especially the ophthalmology part of the content raised 120% of the spirit of research. Who knew why the Ant King, who was clearly a cannibal, would be interested in life-saving medicine? But it was precisely because he held up medicine, it made Kate's attitude towards the Chimera Ant change a lot. The humans who stayed in NGL and the Chimera Ant gradually got along well. Although there were some conflicts, it did not prevent the two sides from accepting each other. 2 weeks later, the Hunters Association sent 2 veteran hunters into NGL to investigate the danger level of the Chimera Ant together with Kate. One of them was called Norb, and the other was Old Mo V. The former was a space-type telekinesis user, well-dressed and had a refined appearance. The latter was a telekinesis user who was adept at using smoke. He had a bold and unrestrained personality and looked rough. Just like Kate, Norb and Mo V were capable subordinates of President Nitro. Their investigation reports in NGL would pass through all the obstacles and reach Danitro, just like Danitro's eyes and ears, recording everything he experienced. However, Nob and Mo V had never imagined that humans and the Chimera Ant would interact in such a strange way. They thought that the Ant King was an 8-foot-tall, burly, and powerful tyrant. He might be unruly, cunning, cruel, tyrannical, cruel, merciless, cunning, and indifferent to human life, but what was up with this 50-centimeter-tall, prim, and adorable little green ant in front of them? His purplish-red eyes stared at them as he gently flicked his tail. There was even a pink bow tied to the tip of his tail, looking completely harmless. Norb and Mo V. The little ant said in a childish voice, "Did Nitro send you to sign an agreement with me?" Norb asked Mo V. "So this is the legendary cruel Ant King who can turn ores into ashes with a wave of his hand." TSK, the Hunters Association's Intelligence Bureau, is really fat. They thought that even hunters would not be able to survive in the territory of the Chimera Ant, and that they would most likely be in deep water, suffering so much that they would wish they were dead. However, there was a Nephi pilot in front of them that accurately fished for fish, Ojiap that fluttered in the air while collecting honey with a melancholy expression, and this well-developed creature that Shao Jia was curious about. Was it a colossal toss? Was it a tickle? Chimera ants, are you serious about living such a peaceful farming life? The worst thing was that the cat that was growing more and more feminine kept pestering Kate day and night. They stuck to him as if they were looking for a mate, sending tuna, tyrant cuttlefish, venomous sea snakes, and some even carried a sperm whale as a gift. As Kate's colleagues, they were also kindly taken care of by the Nephi pilot. For example, today's dinner was a basket of dead rats. Norbax Mo V. So these were the 3 guards that were said to be the Ant King's lackeys in life and the Ant King's Kayako in death. Obviously, one of them had been instigated by Kate. TSK, the Hunters Association's Intelligence Bureau, is really fat. There's no useful information or accurate information at all. None at all. To be honest, when Norbin the fifth sat stiffly with a group of spiders and a group of chimera ants and ate from the same pot, listening to their verbal sparring made one feel as if one had entered a certain unspeakable red light district. Nephi Pilot had a fish in its mouth and poked Kate beside it. It asked innocently, "Kate, meow, I have a question for you, meow." Kate, who was about to throw up from eating fish after fish, raised its numb face. Today, the king was reading about the physiology of human sex. He asked me what light rain clothing was repeatedly mentioned in the book. I couldn't answer, meow. Nephi Pilot wagged its tail. So, what is light rain clothing, meow? The spiders that knew about light rain clothing all spat out their food. Kate had nothing left to live for. Norbax the fifth cast a sympathetic look at Kate. Delicious Big Apple, don't you know what light rain clothing is? Sisso covered his face with his poker face and squinted his eyes at Nephi Pilot's increasingly feminine body. He smiled meaningfully. You know about it, meow. Nephi Pilot finally gave Sisso a look. He, not only do I know about it, I'm also very familiar with it. Do you want to try it with me? Sisso had always been open to both men and women. Now, even the chimera ant was not spared. Light rain clothing is a little tool specially prepared for the man when a man and a woman are having sex. Little tool. Nephi Pilot tilted its head and turned to Kate. What's the use of it, meow? The corner of Kate's mouth twitched. He glared at Sisso. Seeing that the other party was watching the show without any intention to help, Kate could only bite the bullet and answer, it's used to prevent the spread of diseases or accidental pregnancy. Is it medicine, meow? Nephi Pilot was confused. Can you be more specific, meow? My toy repairer doesn't have the light rain clothing function. The group of humans snickered. Some of the ants covered their foreheads. Sisso's smile was extremely perverted. Just as he was about to tease the Big Apple, a penguin-like chimera ant unexpectedly helped Nephi Pilot out of the situation. Master Nephi Pilot, light rain clothing is a condom invented by humans. It's specifically used to prevent the spread of certain diseases during sexual contact, or to isolate the reproductive cells of men and women to prevent pregnancy. As it spoke, Mr. Penguin pushed up its small glasses and continued. According to the different sizes of human males, light rain clothing is divided into super large, large, medium, and small sizes. The flavors are divided into vanilla, strawberry, apple. These are the scientific knowledge of light rain clothing. If Master Nephi Pilot thinks it's appropriate, you can also explain it to the king. The humans. For some reason, it was clearly humans who were studying chimera ants, but now it was chimera ants who were studying humans. Nephi Pilot blinked and suddenly turned to Kate. Kate, meow. What size does Kate use, meow? Kate drank a mouthful of soup directly into his windpipe. He fell to the ground and coughed violently, as if he was about to die. Cough, 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 cough. Is this question difficult to answer? Nephi Pilot turned to Ojiapf next to it. Puff, what size do you think you are? Ojiapf glanced at it and instantly put on a proud face. I can't lose to humans. That's not necessarily true. Sisso laughed even more lewdly. Some guys look good but are useless. I know this the best. Look good but are useless. Look good but are useless. Everyone unconsciously glanced at the strong UPI and Wajin. In the next second, Wajin the gorilla rose from the ground and angrily lifted his animal skin skirt, revealing a magnificent lump under his flat boxers. Direct, open, awesome. Wajin roared, I am super large. Why are you questioning me? Do you want to fight? Super large meow. Nephi Pilot turned to UPI. UPI, don't embarrass us, Chimera Ant. What size are you? UPI was open. In the blink of an eye, he released his psychic pressure and turned into a centaur. He raised his hind legs shamelessly. I'm not sure. Take a look. Illumi expressionlessly raised her hand and covered Chi. Frown Xian Jia Boneyard Sakura. Hui. Chu. Chi. Old skeleton. Pan Zheng Chan Shu. In the eyes of the humans, Mr. Penguin evaluated seriously, as expected of us, Chimera Ant. It is indeed a behemoth that humans can't compare with. The humans suddenly fell silent. Nephi Pilot did not mean to add fuel to the fire, but he did everything he could to add fuel to the fire. Kate meow. I won't discriminate against you meow. I'm not bad at all, okay? Kate instantly exploded. Why are you discriminating against me? I don't compare with non-humans. I'm also the best among humans. After shouting, Kate seemed to think of something. He stiffened his neck and slowly turned around. He looked at the people around him with a strange look. Kate's lower lip trembled. Illumi. Can you dig a hole for me and bury me? Illumi said, Xinghui, 80 million nuns. Kate said. I'd better sit. Kate fell into a deep self-loathing. He was like a mushroom growing mold in the corner of the wall, casting a heavy shadow. Nephi Pilot grasped the key point and carefully thought about it. Also the best among humans. Does that mean that in this group of humans, there are many who aren't the best? The humans. They wanted to save their dignity, but they felt that it would be even more shameful if they did. For some reason, the more they interacted with the Chimera Ant, the less confident they felt as humans. How could they cultivate? The MVP of the match, Nephi Pilot, turned to the silent Illumi and ignored Chi. Fu Tuo. Paper. Resisting Fu Tuo squatting and criticizing Fu Tuo Huangji. Returning to Fu Tuo Huangji. Resentment. After that, Nephi Pilot completely ignored the 90-centimeter tall Ku Beep and stared at the flying tank. You look so small, you're definitely not the best, meow. The flying tank immediately took out its umbrella and unleashed its psychic pressure. What did you say, stupid cat? Unfortunately, the flying tank's anger did not cause the humans to unite against a common enemy. Instead, it made everyone curious. Wajin scratched his head. Oh yeah, speaking of which, what size are you, flying tank? I've never seen you buy condoms before. Don't tell me you're the smallest size. Ha ha ha. Vigilante without seeking death said, it's possible. The flying tank exploded. Just say it if you want to die. Actually, you can just say your size. Finks picked his ear. It's okay if you don't want to say it. Let's go take a bath in the river later. I want to see it too. The flying tank put away its umbrella and sneered. Big size, no explanation. Impossible. A group of people exclaimed. Let's go and have a look later. The situation was out of control. The bonfire was filled with the voices of humans attacking each other. Not long after, there were voices of people trying to stop the fight. Looking at the humans who were having internal strife, Mr. Penguin pushed up his glasses and took out his notebook to write smoothly. Humans, especially men, are surprisingly concerned about size. They can even quarrel and fight over this issue. In summary, humans are actually a simple race. They are easily provoked, and their brains don't seem to be very bright. On the other side, Nob, whose worldview had been shattered, covered his face with trembling hands. Mo Wu. Today. Should I report this conversation to President Nitro? Mo Wu said dryly, no need. I'm afraid he'll hurt the baby. Nob. Melahim only found out about the farce last night the next day. At that time, Yijiosa was lying on the ground laughing. Saishomaru and Uchiha Madara glared at her expressionlessly. I heard that Nephi pilot won't let it go and forced Kate to jump into the lake this morning. Oh my god. Ha ha ha. Yijiosa laughed without a care for his image. Speaking of which, why does it keep pestering Kate? Is it because Kate is easy to bully? Kate was indeed an honest person. He was cold on the outside, warm on the inside, and easy to talk to. Although he was bullied by Nephi pilot, he didn't seem to alienate Nephi pilot. Ha! Melahim flipped a page and explained, because the queen is dead. Ha! Yijiosa was a little confused. What did this have to do with the Chimera Ant Queen? The queen is alive. Chimera Ant only has males, Melahim said calmly. But some of the males look very much like females. When the queen died unexpectedly, the Chimera Ant lost its progenitor. The males with female characteristics will gradually evolve into the queen with the ability to reproduce. This is the species' instinctive evolution for the sake of reproduction. Melahim flipped another page and took down the content quickly while multitasking to explain to Yijiosa. It's like a certain lizard that is about to go extinct. When it is on the verge of extinction, it self-evolved into a hermaphrodite species to continue the bloodline of the race. Nephi pilot is born male, but its body shape is more feminine. Now, the opportunity has arrived. It will gradually evolve into a real female. The closer it gets to the queen, the more urgent its desire to reproduce. Melahim said unhurriedly, Nephedimo is sticking to that Kate because he wants to mate with her. Yijiosa x Saishomaru x Uchiha Madara. But it's strange. Melahim finally raised his eyes from the sea of books. Chimera Ant mainly relies on feeding and mating to reproduce. If Nephi pilot really needs it, why doesn't it reproduce by sucking the other party's blood? Could it be that after Chimera Ant absorbs human genes, its concept of reproduction will also be more similar to that of humans? Melahim held his chin with one hand and fell into sage time. He thought that Nephi pilot, from male to female, might target Ogiath as a feeding target. He did not expect it to be attracted to a human male. However, this was not strange. Reproduction was the instinct of Chimera Ant. The Ant King born by the Queen, in addition to conquering the world, also had the duty of going out to find a mate and reproduce. However, the girl he liked in his previous life was just a fragile human, not a Chimera Ant. Thinking about it this way, Nephi pilot's choice did not seem strange. Ever since Chimera Ant ingested human DNA, it had unconsciously moved closer to humans in all aspects. Then the question was, could humans accept a Chimera Ant as a mate? Melahim suddenly wrinkled his baby face with a hint of bitterness and hatred. After enduring for a while, Melahim finally couldn't hold back and asked Yijiosa, can different species be together? As a person who loved dogs across species, Yijiosa made a prompt decision. Why not? If one day you like a human, I will fully support you. Humans are tolerant. If they can like dogs, of course, they can also like ants. Chapter 280. Under Aizen's deliberate promotion, the news of Chimera Ant invading NGL caused a huge uproar in human society. At the same time, the closely watched Hunters Association officially released the bloody video of NGL littered with corpses, the survivors' tearful interviews, as well as the news of NGL's complete lockdown and the migration of the surrounding small countries. As the public opinion became more and more intense, the influence grew, but the old leaders couldn't come up with an effective solution at all. Panic was like an unavoidable plague, quickly spreading throughout the world. Under the attack of public opinion and conspiracies, the social credibility of the old factions rapidly declined. The new factions of hawks and doves stood on the stage of history in one fell swoop. The new faction represented by Aizen advanced triumphantly, the underworld represented by 9 Orchid Flower added fuel to the fire, the Hunters Association represented by Kimimaro remained neutral, and the Meteor Street represented by Jin watched from the sidelines. As Yijiosa volunteered to stay in NGL and wait for Hebrew to fall into the trap, after confirming that she had made arrangements for the owner, Aizen went wild. How to portray NGL's dire straits. Don't be afraid, find 9 Orchid Flower to pick a ruin and fight it out. Make sure the ruins look like the end of the world. How to portray Ant King's ferociousness. Don't be afraid, recreate the battle record of Vast Odd's transformation. It's guaranteed to be horrifying and realistic. How to portray humanity's need to unite in the face of danger. Don't be afraid, all the big bosses gathered together light up with a solemn expression, give a speech with a serious tone, then sign an agreement and shake hands, then we can coexist peacefully, you, me and him. Aizen's life is endless, he did not stop causing trouble. Although there were many plans, all the arrangements had their uses. For example, the establishment of the refuge, the gathering of talents, the overview of intelligence data, and all the information on the Dark Continent were all in Aizen's hands. Based on the limited intelligence, Aizen had roughly deduced the outline of the Dark Continent and the locations of the important areas. After various calculations, it had determined the most likely place for the raiders to set up camp. After that, Aizen slowed down their actions and focused on finding their lost comrades in this world. Half a month had passed, and the ocean hunters who were sent out found traces of Yoshi Asakura and a dog on Whale Island. 3 days later, they headed to the Sky Arena, bringing along a lot of information regarding the Darkness Continent. In the living room, Aizen saw the much thinner Yoshi Asakura. He was holding patriotism and wearing a loose robe. His figure was as thin as a bamboo pole, and even his chin was so sharp that it was almost out of shape. Yoshi Asakura's entire body was suffused with a strong blood energy. His lips were pale, but his eyes were unusually sharp. Are you hurt? Aizen frowned slightly. That shouldn't be. Based on your strength and self-healing ability, what kind of injury could be so serious? Yoshi Asakura pursed his lips. I was plotted against. He recalled the tragic scene of 1 against 6, and said coldly, there were a total of 6 raiders who besieged me and Sephiroth. One of them was twisted in half by the space vortex, and the remaining 5, the woman with a broken arm has the ability to control and hypnotize, and is very strong in assassination. There is a silent big guy who is very good at close combat, and is purely developing in the direction of strengthening his body. But I can be sure that his physical skills are not inferior to Uchiha Madara. Speaking of this, Yoshi Asakura's face turned ugly. I'm not good at close combat, but he got close to me. Aizen sent Yoshi Asakura and Sephiroth to Greed Island. Greed Island's space hub had already established a connection with Vientiane in Saishomaru. Greed Island would become their retreat and refuge when necessary. After handing over the matters at hand, Aizen rubbed the brand on his palm, preparing to pack up and set off for NGL. It was time to reel in the net. 2 months after the birth of the Ant King, Norb and Mo Lao's investigation of the Chimera Ant was nearing its end. According to the results of the month's investigation, the Chimera Ant had completely broken their limits, subverting their understanding. Seeing that they would most likely be poisoned if they stayed any longer, Norb and Mo Lao quickly packed up, only wanting to return. However, unexpectedly, Aizen arrived at NGL 1 step ahead of them. When Yijiosa saw Aizen in person, he suddenly realized something. News about the Ant King has spread. Aizen smiled. It's only a matter of time before the other party takes the bait. NGL will become a battlefield. Have you decided who to evacuate? Aizen's gaze swept across the crowd, pausing for a moment. Oh, the living people here. Their identities are really out of my expectations. The two young masters who beat up the enemy guest family, the disciple and son of Fullus, a group of A-class wanted criminals, and two hunters. Aizen smiled faintly. Their abilities are not bad, but I advise you to leave as soon as possible. At this point, those who were a little hot-blooded and curious did not want to leave at all. Even though they did not know what Aizen was hinting at, it did not stop them from hearing a hint of contempt in Aizen's words. What did he mean by, their abilities are not bad, but it's better to leave as soon as possible? It was as if something big was about to happen, but they had become one of the people thrown into the sanctuary. There was an indescribable feeling of grievance. TSK. What do you mean? Wajin was the first to lose control, shouting loudly. What I mean is, staying in NGL will be disadvantageous to you. Aizen continued. Of course, it's fine if you want to stay. Just be responsible for your own safety. At the same time, don't hinder my plan. As he spoke, Aizen turned towards the Ant King in Yijioza's arms, then looked towards the silent Saishomaru. As for now, I'll have to trouble you to cooperate with me and put on a show. Even if Otaku Aizen had come to NGL. Even if Yijioza did not understand the crux of the matter, he still knew his limits. The so-called cooperation and acting was the prerequisite to infiltrating the enemy's inner circle. It was nighttime. An unprecedented pressure erupted in the NGL region. Accompanied by a violent roar, wild energy swept through the entire space, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The terrifying power only lasted for a short few seconds, but it was enough to suffocate the outside world. On an island a straight away from NGL, a man and a woman faced the direction of NGL. They stood there for a long time, as if trying to determine the authenticity of the situation. They had been observing NGL from afar for a long time. Although the humans had a high evaluation of the danger level of the Ant King, if they did not personally experience his strength, the Marauders would not need a teammate who was fishing for fame. If they were not afraid that the existence of the Ant King was a trap set by the Guardian, they would not have lingered outside for so long without personally visiting. After all, Hebrew had fought against the Guardian and narrowly escaped with his life. He was heavily injured and unconscious for a full month. Such an outcome made them rather fearful. Even an experienced beast tamer like Hebrew had suffered a great loss. At the stage where the authentic had yet to fully digest the power, the Marauders, who were free-range, had to be more cautious. But, even though Hebrew was recuperating, he was still arrogant and bossy. Using his status and title, he chased them out to capture the S-class Ant King that he had long reserved. Yet, they were powerless to resist. Hebrew told them that although he had fled in a sorry state the last time, he had killed a Guardian and obtained a half-dead god system. If they could successfully capture the Ant King, he did not mind using this half-dead god system to make up for their huge mistake of losing a system the last time before the authentic knew about it. This temptation they really could not resist. But in the face of benefits, they had neglected a fact: Hebrew's ambition was no less than the authentic. If he really had a so-called system in his hands, would a mere S-class Ant King be enough to exchange for it? Unfortunately, no one had thought of this. Looks like those reports are true. NGL does have an Ant King. The woman frowned. That pressure. It's psychic, right? It's not mixed with the Guardian's spiritual energy, right? The man of few words nodded, not saying a word. Should we make a move? Wait a little longer. The man suddenly spoke, his voice low. We are not beast tamers. If they were not beast tamers, it would not be easy to deal with an S-class Ant King. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, quietly observing and waiting for the right opportunity to make a move was the right way. The next morning, NGL once again exploded with an oppressive psychic. At the same time, a pressure mixed with spiritual energy rose, causing the entire area to tremble. That's spiritual energy. There's a guardian. Yes. The guardian and the Ant King seem to be fighting. Separated by a tsunami, the sound of a large area bombardment lingered for a long time. The surging energy ripples struck continuously, causing the sea to surge. After a long time, when even the two raiders thought that the Ant King was dead, they suddenly discovered a familiar, massive psychic pressure rising from NGL's position. It's the Ant King. This result surprised and delighted them. They were shocked that the Ant King was strong enough to kill the Guardian. They were delighted that they could pick up the Guardian's corpse without using a single bit of strength. This time, they could no longer hold back. Hurry! They had to snatch the Guardian's corpse before the Ant King devoured it. It was a small matter for the Ant King to skin the Guardian, but it was a huge matter if the system was destroyed. They had already lost a main god system that was still active. This time, they could not afford to fail again. The two raiders flew across the sea at top speed, sprinting towards NGL. In their minds, no matter how trashy the Guardian's strength was, it would at least have one or two life-saving trump cards. The intense battle from before was obvious to all. In such a long battle, even if the Guardian was defeated, the Ant King would definitely be injured. When the Sandpiper and Clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Even if they were to face the Ant King now, they were confident that they could escape unscathed.